Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Apologize for the technical glitch. Welcome back to our viewers who are watching us on YouTube and on Facebook. We sincerely apologize for the technical glitch and a few minutes break in the session. We'll be resuming from where we left off. And we were sharing with you about how to register for this course on the Nithyananda Hindu University platform. So for those of you who are just tuning in, we are offering a certification course in Nithyananda Hindu University, the world's largest Hindu university, KAILASA's Nithyananda Hindu University. You can register for the certification course LGBTQ in Hinduism by logging into tinyurl.com/LGBTQ in Hinduism. And once you go there, it'll take you up to enrollment page, a class session, where on the bottom right side, you will hit an enroll button. I have already enrolled. So here you see, for me, it shows the word enrolled because I've already enrolled for it. And once you have enrolled yourself for this course, you have to click and come here and click launch the course, right? You have enrolled and now you are actually starting the course. So it kind of pulls up LGBTQ in Hinduism and just say done. Okay, so just launch the course and say done, because the course is actually happening in Facebook and YouTube. But you are going ahead and registering here within the LMS platform just so that you are able to receive a certification for this course. You will be receiving a certificate saying that you have successfully completed this course. So that is why we are having this. Okay, so here we have LGBTQ. Here, you will go ahead and click on this course. And then click done. So you have enrolled successfully for this course. And once you have enrolled and click launch, the course is actually here. You can say the course is actually in progress. Okay. And then you can come to the Facebook and YouTube and you can continue the course that we are offering. Okay, so if you're able to, if you're watching us live on YouTube or on Facebook now, and please go ahead and enroll yourself for the course. The link for the course is there in the bottom of the screen. I request the interview operator to project the slide as well. The tinyurl.com/LGBTQ in Hinduism. Okay, so go ahead and register for the course. And if you're able to successfully enroll for the course, do come and comment in the Facebook live feed or in the YouTube live feed. You can comment in the bottom saying you have been able to successfully enroll for this course. So we are watching our live feeds on Facebook and YouTube for those of you who are commenting. So you can come forward and comment. I can see Devikama is attending this course. We have Villipuram Sugunathan, Preeti, Jagannathan. Everyone from YouTube are attending this course. And we have Skanda attending this course on YouTube as well. Okay, so we'll give a moment. Please go to tinyurl.com/LGBTQ in Hinduism and go ahead and attend the course. Click on attending the course in the bottom. What really are we going to learn in this course? What all does this course entail? Okay, so we are actually going to enter in the course now. The LGBTQ in Hinduism. We get to learn about 11 genders and choose your gender. Next slide. Yes, powerful cognitions we'll be learning in the session today. So first, we will start with sharing with you about what are the current challenges the LGBTQ community is facing in terms of their acceptance in the society. How widely are they accepted, and what is their current situation and status around the world? What is UN's take on it? What is the World Health Organization's take on LGBTQ community? And then we want to share with you about Hinduism's take on LGBTQ. What does Hinduism say? What do the Hindu scriptures say about LGBTQ? And we want to actually start with sharing with you about what really is gender according to Hinduism. And we'll be sharing with you about the original scriptures from Hinduism, the Shastra Pramana, the reference from the source scriptures of Hinduism, which talks about the different genders, and also sharing with you about Swamiji's own experience and the experience of the great masters, the Apta Pramana and the Atma Pramana. We will be sharing with you about the 11 genders. And what are these 11 genders? Hinduism gives you the choice to choose your gender. You can choose which gender you want to be. Gender is dynamic according to Hinduism, not static. So it's not something that's fixed at birth, but it is something that keeps changing. And you have the freedom to choose your own gender. And then we also want to present about the researchers who are the researchers that we have done on Swamiji's body. Swamiji's body as a body of the avatar, radiating superconscious energy. What is Swamiji's body? Which gender is really Swamiji's body? So we want to share that as well. And then finally, how through the connecting with the Divine Mother, Rajarajeshwari, we can complete with all the gender identity related issues or gender crisis or all the issues that we are facing related to gender identity and gender crisis. So all this is now going to be offered in this very powerful course called LGBTQ in Hinduism, and it is a certification course. Those of you who are doing this course will receive a certificate from Nithyananda Hindu University upon successful completion of this course. And you can, and this course is now completely free of cost. It's offered completely free of cost while watching on YouTube and Facebook. You can register and enroll your course, and you can add it to your resume that you have successfully completed the LGBTQ in Hinduism course. Yes. Okay, so now here we're going to look at how are we going to achieve what we are going to be achieving in this course, which is by listening to these sacred truths, by internalizing, by looking into yourself, asking you the basic fundamental questions about your own gender, by manifesting powerful cognitions. Swamiji himself is going to reveal some powerful cognitions about the 11 genders and the very understanding about gender. And then we will be followed by darshan, the initiation, and the power manifestation. That is how will be the track of this course. Those are the points that we will be covering in this course. Yes. So next, we are going to look into the LGBTQ in today's world. Okay. So what is LGBTQ in today's world? We are going to present about some of the researches that are available, which have been done on the LGBTQ community. And joining us to share about the current research on the LGBTQ community, we have Ma Nitya Mahakatitananda, who's joining us live. Nityananda Ma Mahakatita, thank you so much for joining us today. And we are going to present, inviting you to present about the current situation of the LGBTQ community in today's world. If you can please go ahead.
Yes, Nityananda Ma. Yes, so today we will be talking about the LGBT in today's world. People around the world face violence and inequality and sometimes torture. Next slide, please. And even execution because of who they love and how they look or who they are. Sexual orientation and gender identity are integral aspects of ourselves and should never lead to discrimination or abuse. Today, we will look at the history of gender roles, gender misidentification by society, fundamentals of basic human rights within the LGBT community, how Hinduism contributes towards gender identity, and the importance of us, humanity, to be sensitive to such orientation. So for many of us, expressions of gender identity and sexual orientation are considered taboo. And actually in today's world, many people, we can all agree that many people may refrain from talking about it because it feels like they are saying something wrong. And the world seems more liberal today, and in most parts have become opened up to the concept of binary gender. And eventually LGBTQ laws have passed and even evolved, like in the United States, for example. LGBT people of color face the highest rates of discrimination and hate crimes, especially transgender women of color. It is unfortunate that we live in a gender binary system, and all over the world, individuals of LGBTQ are marginalized. In some cultures, most families do not even accept gender non-conforming behavior by their children. Our society have yet to fully understand the depth of the conflicts, rejection, harassment, discrimination, homelessness, abuse, trauma, to name a few, and they go through it to fully experience their true being and their life as they want. In some continents, only 22 of 54 countries are legal and most punishable by death, maximum penalty, or life imprisonment, according to the global review by the ILGA. In Kenya, laws criminalize consensual same-sex activity and ban same-sex relationships, adding it as an effective method to contain the country's HIV epidemic. Women have also been subject to violence and marginalization, not only in the general society, but the LGBTQ community as well. Brazil, actually LGBT rights are in favor in Latin American countries like Brazil, for example, has about 300 active LGBT organizations, and the LGBT people have had marriage rights in place since 2013. In June 13, 2019, the Brazilian Supreme Court ruled that discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity is a crime equal to racism. And actually, in 2009, the Sao Paulo Gay Pride Parade, it's a very big parade that happens all over the States. In 2009 was the world's largest LGBT Pride celebration with 4 million people attending, according to the Guinness World Records.
Wow, beautiful. And if you are watching us from a country where the LGBTQ rights are given rights, and their gender orientation and sexual identity is recognized and favored, you can comment in our Facebook and YouTube live chats. Please comment under the live feed if you are in a country where the LGBTQ rights are given the rights and they are recognized for their gender orientation and their gender identity. Yes, like Brazil, for example, it is open, and it is Brazil as a country has given the LGBTQ the rights that they deserve, and they have acknowledged their gender orientation. So Kailasa welcomes all the countries where the LGBTQ rights are recognized, and Hinduism as such as a religion, though very ancient and the world's oldest civilization, is extremely progressive when it comes to LGBTQ rights, and we'll be sharing about that in a short while as well. Yes, Mama Hakaditama, you can continue.
Yes, next slide. So these are a few of numerous ongoing injustices done on individuals and around the globe belonging to the LGBT community. In most contexts, this is a quote by the UN independent expert on protection. In most contexts, policymakers are taking decisions in the dark, left only with personal preconceptions and prejudices. So the realities of violence and discrimination lived by most LGBT people are based on LGBT people based on sexual orientation and gender identity are least understood and at best incomplete and fragmented. But in most countries, it is simply non-existent. The United Nations also add that fully effective data is impossible based on the level of barriers created by criminalization, pathologization, stigmatization, which keeps the accurate estimates regarding world population and areas that are affected by human rights violations against LGBT persons. Seldom our society realizes to realize the trauma, the pain, the agony which the members of the transgender community neither undergo nor appreciates the innate feelings of the members of the transgender community or the LGBT community, especially of those whose mind and body disown their biological sex. So human rights are inherent in all beings, regardless of nationality, place of residence, gender, sexual orientation, sexual characteristics, nationality, ethnic origin, color, religion, language, and any other status. Human rights are basic fundamental rights all beings are entitled to. However, with billions of human beings all over the world from various cultures, socioeconomic, religious backgrounds, society lacks to acknowledge the equality and fight for the basic human rights for the people of the LGBTQ community. Next slide. So how does society label sexual orientation? We live in a gender binary system and society labels on either only male or female. This is an important point by Dr. Suprajit Chatterjee. He's an assistant professor in sociology. And in 2018, he clarified the difference between essentialist view and the social constructionist view. So he studied that the essentialist view is based on the idea that upon birth, our sexual orientation is fixed by nature, and it represents our essential sexual being, the way we really are, or what we really are. On a social view, on a social level, sexual orientation is defined by the biological makeup of the physical. So the assertion is that there are only two genders, male and female. That means that sexual orientation categories are based on biological sex of the male and female, the gender binary system. In Hinduism, reference of third gender and beyond gender binary traces back in history. If you look at the Hindu epics like the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, we come across numerous instances of the third gender holding a significant part of the history. Like the Shikandi, a transgender person who was a woman reborn as a man and was considered to be the key to defeating the Kaurava army in the Mahabharata. And another example is, the language of the gods itself, Sanskrit, one of the oldest languages in the world, was used to write all major Hindu epics, and its grammar uses three genders, masculine, feminine, and the gender neutral.
It is so wonderful to know. See, many of us may know Sanskrit as the Deva Bhasha and may have learned Sanskrit also, but we would have never cognized, even for me, I learned Sanskrit as a second language, but never realized that yes, Sanskrit as a language accepts more than two genders, right? English has only male and female. You don't have a word for the third gender in English or in many other languages. But Sanskrit, you have Pullinga, Strilinga, and Napumsakalinga. So the third gender, or rather, which is outside of the male and female, has always been open in Sanskrit. The world's oldest religion, which is given to the world by Paramashiva himself, has accommodates the other genders as well. So we all need to recognize that these gender orientation or the LGBTQ, though it is currently looked upon as extremely progressive and latest thought current, these have been existing in Hinduism from time immemorial in a way that it is incorporated in the Sanskrit language itself. So the very Sanskrit language has these three genders: Pullinga, male; Strilinga, female gender; and Napumsakalinga, which is the third gender, the other gender. Yes, next slide.
In Hinduism, Lord Shiva manifests himself as a form called Ardhanarishwara, half man and half woman, which is worshipped in Hinduism all around India. Ardhanarishwara as a figure proves that fluid genders and sexualities have been an integral part of Hinduism. Swamiji says Ardhanarishwara is the ultimate symbol of completion of gender identity, and anybody who wishes for completion with problems and complications, diseases, disorders, any crisis, caused by gender identity or misidentification could connect to Ardhanarishwara and its replica of the original deity in Arunachala, which is consecrated currently in the Los Angeles temple. Historically, India, which was once a Hindu nation and one of the most religious and traditionally diverse nations, still reflects a part of the customs and traditions in this modern century. The Hijdas, for example, a transgender minority community, has been recognized in the ancient history and even prehistoric roots. In the epic Ramayana, Lord Rama was leaving for a forest upon being banished from the kingdom for 14 years. Turns around and to his followers, he asked all the men and women to return to the city. Among his followers, the Hijdas alone do not feel bound by this direction and decide to stay with him. Impressed by their devotion, Rama granted them the power to bestow blessings on people on auspicious occasions like childbirth and marriage, and also in inaugural functions, to name a few.
We have many of our viewers. Before we move on to the British rule and how it was discriminated, the genders were discriminated, we have many of our viewers who are joining us live. Madhujati, but depending on the political group or from state to state or federal level, our rights can be out the window just like that. And we have Ma Devika Rani from Malaysia saying Hinduism accepts everybody with so much of compassion. We have Ma Chitrabhanu who's saying equal rights for all groups is essential. Absolutely, Ma. And we have Sab from Spain, Kailasas Sapire Ode is saying it is fully recognized here in Spain. The LGBTQ rights are fully recognized. I'm very glad to know that. And we have many more viewers. Thomas Roberts is saying, I don't worry about gender as long as they also respect me. Beautiful. Yes. So we have many more of your viewers who are watching us on all the platforms, on Facebook and on YouTube. And if you're watching us, and if you're in your country, the LGBTQ rights are valued, and the LGBTQ rights are recognized, and the community is valued, you can comment in the Facebook or in the live YouTube chat. We have Tia Rajan joining us on YouTube about, he has messaged about Sanskrit being the first language. And we have Nagesh, and we have Vinodita, Victoria, and Selvamani joining us on YouTube Live. Welcome our viewers who are watching us on YouTube and Facebook. Do comment if LGBTQ rights, about how LGBTQ community is welcomed in your respective countries. Yes, Mahagarita, we can proceed with sharing about how these communities were so widely accepted and prevalent in the Vedic tradition, and with the colonial rule, they were discriminated.
Yes, so the British rule, like Ma Nyanatmaswamy said, even though historically transgender persons, they had played a prominent role on the onset of colonial rule from the 18th century onwards, situations changed drastically. It was during the British rule that passed the legislation to surveillance and control the transgender community, called the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871, and which deemed the entire community as criminal and ungovernable and a danger to public morals. So the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871 provided for certain people of transgender minorities to be arrested without warrant and sentenced to imprisonment. After the independence, the law was repealed in 1949, and in 2014, the Supreme Court judged a ruling to protect discrimination of the transgender and LGBT community and gave legislative right for people to freely express their gender identity as their gender. Yes, so next slide. Discrimination in the community has and marginalized in rural part of the society. Next slide. And in India, over 66% of the population identified as third gender living in rural areas, very close to 69% of overall population that lives in villages. The Hijras, as a minority, are unique because they have an active social organization that is both traditional and ritualistic. Are forced to leave their families due to social stigmatization, and they live together in communities under the guidance of a guru, a spiritual teacher. Therefore, they have gharanas, households, and each are led by a guru mentor. So in 2019, celebrity transgender leader and activist Lakshmi Narayan Tripathi, along with the Kinnar Akhadas, became the first group to bathe at the Kumbh Mela of the Ganga and the Yamuna on the first day of the festival, traditionally reserved for Hindu saints, almost all of whom are men. So she stated, it all started to reclaim the lost position of the Dharma. So this is a story of Shreya. It's a very touching story, a very moving story. Shreya, she's a transgender woman, expresses her love for dresses, regards her attraction to classical dance, and as something that defined her personhood. She grew up watching, copying classical dancers as they swayed in their costumes, and Shreya's femininity became a problem for everyone as she grew up older and proclaimed her desire to be a woman. She then ran away from her house at 12 and found the transgender community. Now she works with an organization that has been working for the LGBT communities since 1994, and she recalls her time in the household where days were spent, begging at traffic signals, living in poverty, and serving others tirelessly. She continues, we all leave our families and security and safety of our homes only to plunge into poverty and destitution. All this so that we can wear a sari.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment, just go to the slide before about Lakshmi Narayan Tripathi, and I just wanted to add, see, Kumbh Mela is a festival where it's open to all Hindus, and it is the largest gathering of humanity on the planet Earth. And in Kumbh Mela festival, millions actually gather just to take the dip in the Shahi Snan, what we call, in the sacred water, where the Kumbha, where the pot is actually immersed in the sacred river. And it's a beautiful festival, and it is the largest gathering of humanity. So we have saints who are Mahamandaleshwars, who are the heads of Hinduism from different akhadas, from different organizations, and they are both male and female. And in the akhada where Swamiji is the head, the Mahamandaleshwar, we have male saints and also female saints. So we have people of both genders, both male and female are equally participating in that festival. And in 2019, Lakshmi Narayan ji, she self-announced the Kinnara Akhada and participated in the Kumbh Mela as well. So just wanted to share about that. Yes, the next slide. Yes,
studies. Yes. So LGBT youth. So studies find that LGBT young adults are at risk for experience, this distress, abuse, and victimization, bullying than their non-LGBT peers, and report higher rates of mental illness and suicidal ideation, just to name a few. Fortunately, we have the validity of Hinduism, which empowers humanity on one's own uniqueness and self-discovery, individuality, and going beyond gender binary and dualities of the world. On November 3rd, 2018, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Swamiji, whom have expounded the deep truths about individuality, each and every being's own uniqueness, and how we play a role in society as conscious beings. He said, the worst things done to you by society is trying to push you to 3 to 4 genders they are recognizing as male, female, or gay, and not letting you understand that they don't have the ultimate solution, but trying to push their half unverified, not time-tested, non-foolproof understandings, ideas, concepts, cognitions being pushed into you, forced to digest.
Absolutely. And we have actually many of our viewers also saying, we have Ma Chitrabhanu who's saying Mahadeva celebrates Ardhanarishwara, and Sanatana Hindu Dharma is most democratic and all-encompassing lifestyle. Absolutely, Ma Chitrabhanu. And she's our Facebook viewer. She's commenting on Facebook. And we also have Despoina Kilaudi. She's saying, I love this understanding in Hinduism for gender identity without prejudice and as dynamic and not static. Actually, if you see, Hinduism is the most progressive religion. Unfortunately, the anti-Hindu elements have, stereotyped Hinduism as superstitious and backward and whatnot. And if you actually see, it is the most progressive religion. It allows you to discover your gender. And that's what we are going to talk about in the next segment of this course. It is not that your gender is, you're born and you're stereotyped into a male or a female. Hinduism allows you to discover your gender. It gives you the possibilities, and your genders can change, and you can choose what gender you want to be. So it's very, very, very progressive. It's ancient, traditional, yet progressive. That is what Hinduism is about. And this course is to give us all that idea that how Hinduism is so open, how it's all compassing, and all the LGBTQ community around the world who are watching this live telecast on Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's page. I hope all of you get this message, and you don't have to feel stigmatized. You don't have to feel marginalized. You don't have to feel that you're not accepted in the society. There is a whole new civilization where you're not only accepted, you're celebrated for who you are, and you can be the way you are. You feel natural, and you are completely accepted, and you can celebrate your gender. So Hinduism is all encompassing. We are all welcoming and all embracing. Hope all of you hear this message and follow the teachings of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to really feel that inner freedom, what we call as swatantra, being able to express yourself the way you are, not wanting to stereotype yourself just so for the societal acceptance. And we have Kailasa's Girija Kailasam also saying, happy that Swamiji encourages and promotes reading Sanskrit. I'm happy that I'm also a part of it. Yes, Swamiji very highly promotes reading and learning Sanskrit. He says also think in Sanskrit. And if you're thinking in Sanskrit, just your non-mechanical parts of the brain will be awakened just by thinking in Sanskrit. And we have Ma Jay Gauri. We have a lot of active participation from our Facebook viewers today. I'm sure it's a very, very hot topic and a very interesting topic, and unfortunately, very misunderstood topic as well. And Jay Gaurima from Singapore is saying, consciousness has no gender. Everything is a pure expression of consciousness. Male, female, etc. are labels we have given to these expressions. And Jay Gaurima, you actually touched upon one of the aspects of the gender that we will be coming to in the next topic. The gender has 4 aspects: physical, physiological, psychological, and conscious. So what Jay Gaurima is touching upon is the consciousness aspect of the gender, and we do have the other 3 aspects as well, and we'll be covering that in the next session. Yes, Mama Hakadita, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Manya Namaswamy. Next slide. So that is why in Hinduism, the first 21 years of a child in conscious support of celibacy and is crucial as finding your identification and natural alignment with gender, which is a true integrity of which your physical, physiological, psychological existence has to feel complete. And the 11 genders, as defined by Swamiji, gives you complete completion. And the 3 basic truths liberate you from trial and error inflicted by society. In 2020, the movement for LGBTQ rights in the country of the US specifically has gained widespread support among religious people of all sexual orientations and gender identities. Marriage equality and LGBTQ rights have strongly shifted, and individuals identified as religious and as community members were predominantly positive for pro-LGBTQ equality. So it is surprising to find that more than half of LGBTQ adults are still religious in America, and the LGBTQ community, according to recent report from the UCLA School of Law's William Institute in 2020, and considering how unwelcoming most religions have been towards the LGBTQ people historically, underfaith has persisted. So this is comes from an interesting article, 2018, transsexualism moved from World Health Organization's disease manual. The removal was one of several changes made by the WHO's International Classification of Diseases, which is a manual used by doctors in most countries around the world. So in 2018, the transsexualism has been removed it's a It means that transgender people will no longer be classified as having a mental illness by the WHO, an international public health agency run by the United Nations. And the diagnosis of transsexualism was renamed gender incongruence and moved from the mental and behavioral disorders chapter to the conditions related to sexual health chapter. So this is a step in the right direction to end pathologization, and which is a treatment of health and behavior condition as if it were a medical condition. Next slide, of gender identity and same-sex attraction and behavior. The WHO said, yes, Ma.
Yes, Ma, go ahead. Mahagaditama, go ahead.
Yes, Ma. So actually this, they renamed, the WHO said that it moved to the newly renamed gender incongruence to its list of sexual health conditions because, quote, while evidence is now clear that it is not a mental disorder, and indeed classifying it in this can cause enormous stigma for people who are transgender, there remain significant healthcare needs that can best be met if the condition is coded properly. And, Kyle McKnight, he's an LGBTQ researcher with the Human Rights, said more than 70% of global psychiatric practitioners use the ICD to code their patients. And the past categorization of transsexualism as a mental disorder was a contributing factor behind a lot of human rights violations that trans people face.
And thank you so much, Mahagaditama, for so beautifully presenting the current situation and the researchers around the LGBTQ community, what they are facing. And it was once even categorized as a disease, and transsexualism was categorized as a disease, and very recently it has been removed as well. And joining us live right now is we have one of the members of the LGBTQ community, and we had invited. Typically, people feel they may not be very open just because of the lack of acceptance, but we do have one of the followers of Swamiji who agreed to come on just out of her own choice and wanted to share her experience, being an LGBTQ, what were the things that she faced. What are the things that she faced in the community as an LGBTQ, and how is she living today amongst us? So I'm going to invite Ma Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is also joining live for this segment.
Nithyananda, my name is Ma Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, Ma. Thank you so much for joining us live for this segment. And if you can kindly introduce yourself, where you're from and what do you do?
Okay. So like I said, my name is Shama Priya, and um, I've been following Swamiji now for almost going on to 9 years. I studied to be in information systems and security, but right now I'm just a delivery driver. So
and how did you first? Maybe can you share about when was the first time you recognized about your gender orientation or gender identity? How did you feel about it? How was how did you express it out to the people around you?
okay. So yeah, so when I was like in second grade, about second grade, I started to notice mostly just gender roles because I was really young. So like liking people and stuff like that, it was very foreign to me. But it first started with noticing gender roles. I didn't like to hang out with the girls. I didn't necessarily like the roles that were for the female bodies. You know, I like to play rough. I like to hang out with boys, and um, I felt like I would get looked at different. So, you know, I was starting to feel very odd. And you know, like in society and in the education system, there's no education for people who are like different, who are outside of the two gender roles that exist. So it was very difficult for me because I felt very weird, and I felt like maybe I was the only one, since everybody, in my perspective as a young child, I saw everybody kind of going along with the gender roles and just, you know, fitting in. And so for me, I felt very outsider. And this continued on for a very long time. Like in high school, it got really bad because in high school, I think like you start to take on the gender roles like way more. You know, there's like dating and makeup and the way you start to dress. It starts to reflect more on your gender. So during this time, I started to get very like a lot of self-destructive patterns, which at that time I didn't even recognize. I've only recognized these patterns because Swamiji talks about them, and you know, it's really helped me develop and understand that I was inflicting a lot of self-destructive patterns on myself now that I know Swamiji. So I started to party a lot and hang out with the wrong people, and a lot of people that also carried a lot of self-hatred, and you know, we did a lot of self-hatred patterns kind of lifestyle. So yeah, during this time I really like had a lot of like self-inflicting pain things, which is like with partying and stuff like that. And finally, when I got to when I graduated college, like around the time that I was graduating, is finally when I found Swamiji. And as I started listening to his satsangs, without him actually like pinpointing things exactly, it's hard to explain. At that time, I didn't really understand a lot of things that were going on. And also, I didn't even know that I was like suffering so much. It's only until Swamiji started to kind of like open up a new perspective on like what it feels like to be complete, you know, what it feels like to be blissful, you know, like it's only then that I started to realize like, hey, I think something is wrong here, like something is wrong with me. And he shed a lot of light on that, and just like that, I started to become really complete with myself, like really complete with my body, really complete with you know, who I was. And at that point, I actually still was not even complete about my gender. Like I never really wanted to, I guess, you know, they call it like coming out or whatever. I really didn't want to do that because it's actually something very scary. Like it's really scary to like reveal yourself being different. It's really, really scary. Like now I feel I'm kind of like connecting with those with how I used to feel back then and stuff, and it's like really coming up. But yeah, like Swamiji really, really helped me to to kind of like come out of that. And it's only been like after so many years that finally I felt like complete about it, and I felt good about myself. And actually this one time, maybe 2 3 years back, I was holding hands in public with my girlfriend at the time. And this man just like started shouting at us like horrible words, you know, like the B word, the C word, like all the words. Just a random person.
A random person, okay.
Random person in public, you know, just spewing hatred at us, like so ugly. And I think like if it would have been in any other situation where I didn't know Swamiji, I would have like, you know, just collapsed because it was very like like the hatred was so strong. And I was like, what should I do? Like, what would Swamiji do? You know, I have to do something about this. And I felt like I wanted to stand up and do something, but you know, as a Hindu, we believe in completely like nonviolence. So you know, doing what he was doing was not an option. I was like, I really need to figure out what to do. And I was like, I'm gonna call the cops on him and report him. You know, like I'm not gonna let him get away with this. And like I just I had the second thought, like, no, like what's the point? You know, like. And that's like my past like self-hatred kind of person, like not really like caring for myself, you know. And I was like, no, like, you know, I need to stand up for myself, and like Swamiji has taught you need to stand up for yourself. And you know, I called the cops on him, and like I saw him shake, like trembling, because he was so scared, like, oh my god, you know, these people, they are actually going to do something about it. And it just made me so like good about myself. It made me feel so good, like and you know, Swamiji is always teaching you to be powerful, like no matter what. And I would have never done that otherwise, had it not been for Swamiji's teachings and like how powerful he's made me become, you know. Another thing is like there's so many practices in Hinduism, there's so many things in Hinduism that help you have completion with your body on so many levels. One very like powerful experience that I had was actually doing Nirahara. Like, you know, how can you ever think that doing Nirahara is actually going to help you with your gender, with you know, if anybody's in the LGBT community, you know, you never think that something like Nirahara is going to help you. But when I did Nirahara, I was having like cravings, like I really wanted to eat something, you know, and I was like, I want to eat something. And finally I just got tired of having this thought like over and over, and I like looked in and I was like, what is it that is happening, you know? And I realized that my body was not actually hungry, that my mind kept telling my body like eat. And in that moment I had like an experience, because I've heard so many times people say like, you are the body, mind, and spirit. Like I've heard it so many times, and I acknowledge it, but I didn't experientially know that. So at that moment, I just had the click, and I felt it. I felt my body and my mind and my spirit. Like I felt the separation literally. You know, I realized that my body was like its own mechanism, and my mind is like its own mechanism also. And the mind is, you know, it's asking for its reasons, and the body also has its own reasons. And even though it was a moment of clarity for Nirahara and for like eating habits and stuff like that, it also gave me a lot of completion with my body, because it made me realize like the body is like one separate thing, and the mind is like one other separate thing. So I don't have to feel like you know, this body is a complete 100% representation of who I am, you know, like I don't have to feel like I am the body, you know. If I look this way, this is who I am, and like, you know, I have to be confused about it or anything, you know. Like the body is just a shell, it's just a separate thing, and the mind is its own separate thing. And you know, that was just like one big example of how Hinduism helped me out with my gender. And I really feel it's like something that could really help out the LGBT community.
Beautiful, Ma. And now that you've been following Swamiji for quite a few years and really feel complete about your gender, what is it that you would like to share to the LGBTQ community out there, people who are still facing some kind of acceptance either from inside or from outside? What is it that you would like to share with them?
So I think I've actually known a lot of LGBTQ community people who have completely dropped spirituality because they somehow associate God with religion, which they mostly associate that with any other religion like Christianity, Catholic, any other religion, and those religions don't actually allow you to freely express your gender in any which way that you want. So, I actually went to this it was like a meeting of LGBTQ people, and we were talking about gender and stuff, and I brought up, hey, Hinduism, they actually accept 11 genders, and immediately the team leader, he was like, hey, you can't talk about religion here. And I was like, but we accept it, and I'm trying to just voice that. And he just completely said, no, like, we do not talk about that here. And it just goes to show, how so many people out in the LGBT community, they don't even want to talk about religion. And one thing for me that helped me come to so much completion with my gender and my identity and everything is actually having spirituality in my life. It was like the big one thing that was missing in my life. So if I could say something for the LGBT community, is like, to check out Hinduism and look into it, and you can have both spirituality and the LGBTQ community together.
Beautiful, Ma. Actually, Ma Shamapriya, it was such a touching sharing from you. And we have so many of our viewers really saying, we have Kailasa's Girija Kailasam saying, so touching to hear your sharing. And we have Ma Nitya Chitrabhanu, who is saying that the LGBTQ beings are the most gentlest and sweetest people in Ma Chitrabhanu's experience. And I can totally agree, knowing you as a person. You're such a sweet person. And I'm so glad that you have found the healing and the completion by following the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it is an open invitation to all the LGBTQ community out there. You don't have to feel unaccepted. You don't have to feel incomplete. You don't have to feel something is wrong. There is a civilization, there is a religion, and there is a following where we disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the authentic Hinduism, as per the original source scriptures of Hinduism, is being revived by the Supreme Pontiff. Please follow Swamiji's teachings. It will bring a lot of completion within you and outside of you. And we welcome and invite all the members of the LGBTQ community. Please come and discover your true self and express yourself as your true self. You don't have to feel bound, or you don't have to feel suppressed. This is a religion where we embrace people of all paths, all faiths, all beliefs, and we believe Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuta Bhavanti Vadanti, means the truth is one. Different people speak about it in different forms and different ways. You choose the path that you want to follow, and you march your way to enlightenment. And our Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, helps us, guides us in that path, so we don't get distracted and we achieve the ultimate purpose of human existence. So thank you so much, Ma Shamapriya. It was such a touching sharing. I know it may not have been easy for you to even come forward openly and share in a public platform like this, Ma Shamapriya, but we really, really appreciate, for the benefit of the LGBTQ community, you decided to come out and share your experience, and it was so touching. Really, really thank you for coming on this platform and sharing your experience.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we also have Ma Jai Gauri, actually, Ma Shamapriya, before you leave, we have Ma Jai Gauri also saying, it is so touching, I am in tears. Thank you so much, Ma Shamapriya. A lot of people really reverberated with your sharing today. Thank you so much. And we also have one more member of the LGBTQ community who is coming live to share her experience as an LGBTQ community member, and what are the challenges that she faced during this whole process, and how has she found her way out and found her solution to it. Okay, so I'm going to invite Ma Durjati, who is also joining us today. Nithyananda, Ma Durjati? Yes, you can unmute and you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Nithyanandam. My name is Madhur Jati. I was born in New York, raised in Puerto Rico, lived most of my life in Hampton Roads, Virginia. And I've been with Swamiji since 2017. I was part of the Sadashivoham, Sadashivatva batch 2.
Beautiful. And can you share a little bit about, when did you realize about your gender identity and orientation, and what are the challenges that you faced inside you and in the society and people around you?
I can say when I was 6 years old, I knew something was different. Like, I thought girls were awesome. I thought boys were awesome. And I knew at that time I had more of a preference for girls. And I didn't so much face problems from society. It was more so from family. I was raised Jehovah's Witness, and it's, although there's a lot of nice people in that religion, it's not a pro-LGBT kind of religion. So at a young age, my parents, once I started asking questions about that, or they started noticing something different about me, they said, girls are only supposed to like boys and boys are only supposed to like girls, and it's a sin. God won't love you. He won't accept you for who you are. You're going to grow up and marry a man in the kingdom hall. And that's that. But that didn't deter me, because one thing I did learn was God is love. That's the biggest thing I learned as a child, and in my very innocent state as a child. That's what I stuck with, and it's been pretty much my motto ever since. And though I had a lot of struggles with family, with accepting me as LGBT, as I identified as bisexual, it was that single thing that kept me going. And as I grew older, I was just drawn towards Hinduism. And I found Swamiji through starting to do yoga to help heal from a really bad brain injury and a neck and spinal injury. And I looked up Kundalini Yoga, and he was the first video that popped up. And I just connected to him immediately. And it was only maybe a few months, and I started hearing about his Inner Awakening program. And I was like, let me pray to him. Let me pray. He says he's the avatar. He's a great incarnation of Shiva. I'm gonna pray to him and see if he listens. Like, help me find a way to inner awakening. If you could help me do that, I will literally dedicate my whole life to you. And at that time, I was pursuing a career in military intelligence with the United States Air Force, and part-time as a police officer. And I just really loved what Swamiji, his mission to humanity was. It was all based on nonviolence and peace and acceptance of everyone. And he came out with the Sadashivatva program, inviting all to become his Adi Navasis. And I swear I must have been the first person to sign up. I signed up so quickly. And then someone called me and told, yes, Swamiji wants you to come. And that was it. I was like, okay, I don't need to be called. Just tell me how to do this whole visa thing and where to get the best ticket, where do I need to ride, taxi, all that. That's it. I made up my mind. And I only knew about him a couple of months just through YouTube. And I completely just gave up this whole military police career path and decided I'm going to follow Swamiji. Like, he's the leader in my life. He's the one that I can see myself dedicating my everything to.
And
And
how did following Swamiji or knowing about Swamiji heal your inner self, and complete with what you were subject to as you were growing up? Maybe in your family, in your society. How did it bring healing into you? And when was it where you really felt complete, being knowing your gender identity or orientation?
oh, I knew at a young age. I was very secure with it. I've always been secure my whole life. And with learning about 11 genders through Hinduism, I've actually evolved more in that aspect. Like there's something more to me that's just being bisexual. There's more than just physical gender. And I wanted to explore all the 11 genders, especially when Swamiji said it is also possible to be a transcendental gender like him. I was like, I want to experience that in that lifetime. I remember the first few weeks when I was in Bidity, I was like, oh, like I wonder what Swamiji thinks about LGBT, will he support me and everything? Because like I really just, I want to find that home. I want to find that place, my spiritual path. And I remember when he came out with that subject, and I think I cried. I was like, wow, this is it. I found my home, Hinduism. This is it. I don't have to search anymore. I don't have to feel lost. I don't need to go window shopping anymore or nothing. Like, this is it. This is my guru. This is my spiritual path. And since then, I've really feel I've been the most celebrated ever as an LGBT person, like ever in my life. The most accepted, the most celebrated, the most respected. I have completely felt at home. I've always been treated really well, and these were from people all over the world, you know. And I learned that the best thing about Hinduism for me, one of the best things anyway, is that actually LGBT has always been part of Hinduism. Like, it's always been accepted, respected. We were able to be married. We were able to have families. We were actually very important people in society. Because of our completion with gender, we often made to be better leaders. Because we were both,
Absolutely.
we were able to identify with all kinds of people. And
Absolutely.
a lot of our gods and goddesses, some of them are multiple genders. There's a lot of freedom with that in Hinduism. And I was just floored by that. I was like, wow, if like more of the world knew that, if more of my people from bi, gay, lesbian, trans knew about this, like they can finally move on from that crossroads that I once found myself at. You know, they don't have to choose between God and who they love. It can be one and the same. And that's the beauty about Hinduism, is that Hinduism completely loves and respects us as LGBTQ. And another thing I learned, that it actually makes us more powerful, power manifestors. And I've definitely experienced that doing Paramashivoham. I've definitely been able to manifest powers very, very, very strongly, and I really think
I can share, being an acharya for you in the Paramashivoham, you're one of our best power manifestors. So from
Yes.
being, from identifying yourself as from an LGBTQ community to experiencing a super conscious breakthrough, that is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism can bring to you. And this is a message that we want to send to all the people of the LGBTQ community. You don't have to feel that something is wrong with you. You don't have to feel stigmatized. You don't have to feel that you are a marginalized section of the society. You don't have to fight for your human rights. Why do you have to fight for your rights? Because there is a community, there is a civilization where you are celebrated and where you can discover who you are, and you can be complete with yourself. And not just that, you can manifest the extraordinary powers and experience a breakthrough success in life. And welcome and follow this very channel, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Hinduism the world's oldest and the most ancient civilization, yet extremely progressive when it comes to gender identity and gender orientation. Ma Durjati, thank you so much. We have so many Facebook viewers who are also commenting. She's saying, Ma Durjati, oh my God, I had the exact same experience as you had finding Swamiji just months before I went to Bridi, praying to them for the same context you shared to make it to IA, and then finding Sadashivatva and just enrolling right away. Gratitude to you. This is from Kailasa Sapre Ode, who is connecting with you, Ma Durjati. And we have Ma Shipra Prasadika Nanda. She is also saying, yes, Ma Durjati, and a lot of people are able to relate and connect with what you're saying. And we have Miguel is saying, I'm trying to join the course to the trainee URL site, but for some reason it's not allowing me to reset my password, as I forgot my password. Couple of options, we will look into it, Miguel, but if you're able to, you can use another login, another ID, and you can sign in through the other ID as well. And we have Ma Pragya saying, so grateful for this discussion with Ma Shambapriya and all the teachings and initiations Swamiji has shared with us about gender identity and the healing it brings to all of us, including the courageous LGBTQ community. And we have many of our viewers and followers of Swamiji watching us. And Ma Durjati, really have to thank you for coming live and openly sharing your feelings as being a part of the LGBTQ community, and how being a follower of Swamiji has helped heal you inside and outside. And now you are attending Paramashivoham program and becoming one of the greatest power manifestors we have. So thank you so much, Ma Durjati, for joining us live. And if you have that one message, if I have to ask you one final question, what is that message that you have for all the LGBTQ viewers who are watching this live?
Being a disciple of Swamiji and a Hindu disciple, as an LGBTQ, you're no longer superhuman. You're no longer human. You're superhuman. You've always been superhuman. Being LGBTQ has a big part of that. You're LGBTQ. You're superhuman. You're natural. Come join Paramashivoham and come realize that.
From LGBTQ to and experiencing and manifesting the extraordinary powers. And for those of you who are watching us and you want to enroll yourself in the Paramashivoham program, which is a 16-day online course offered by Nithyananda Hindu University, just sitting in your own house, you can experience Kundalini awakening, third eye awakening, manifest all the extraordinary powers of third eye, just sitting inside the comfort of your own house, and completely offered free of cost. So you can go to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham and you can enroll for this 16-day retreat and transform yourself from an LGBTQ to an LGBTQ superhuman. I think that's the exact response. The ferocious response of LGBTQ community to the world is, I am no longer human, I am superhuman. Beautiful way to conclude your sharing, Ma Durjati. Thank you so much for coming live today and sharing with us.
Thank you, Ma.
I'm sure the LGBTQ community would be super excited to know the superhuman possibility that is on the way for us. And dear viewers, we had members of the LGBTQ community who came and who shared their experience with us today. And now we want to share with you about how the Hinduism, what Hinduism speaks about 11 genders, and how can we explore our gender. Now, when Hinduism talks about 11 genders, what does it really mean? What is a gender? And what does the 11 genders really mean is what is the next segment that we are going to go into. And I hope all of you are enjoying this segment so far. A lot of things for us to understand. And if you're watching us live, just a quick reminder, this course that you're watching live is actually being offered as a certification course by Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University. And all you have to do is go to tinyurl.com/LGBTQ in Hinduism, one single word, and it'll lead you into an NHU learning management system where you can enroll for this course. And at the end of satsang and the power manifestation segment, you will receive a certification. So while you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, you can build your resume, build your career as well, because these kind of things are really looked upon when you go for interviews and when you go for job placements. They really add value to you, not just in terms of your skill sets, but in terms of your openness and how open you are and welcoming to these communities, especially in managerial positions. These kind of courses can really go a long way in adding flavor to your resume. So go to tinyurl.com/LGBTQ in Hinduism and register yourself for this course if you have not yet done so. And in the meanwhile, joining me back again is Nithya Nithyananda, and we are going to present to you about what is Hinduism's what does Hinduism say about genders? What are the 11 different genders of Hinduism as revealed authentically to us and as revived authentically by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. I request the interview operator to please go ahead and project the slides about 11 genders in Hinduism.
And yeah, thank you so much. I've been listening with a great interest of the sharing of the LGBT community. So amazing. And it that Hinduism is actually has a solution for every single ills of the humanity today. So yes, so from LGBT to other issues, to climate change and other issues that we are facing in the modern world. And also, I just wanted to, Swami mentioned, wanted to recap what we're learning today in this course is the current issue of the LGBT. What is the Hinduism take on the LGBT? The Hinduism world, all this tradition identifies the accept and 11 genders that we will talk about now. And what are the 11 genders? Also, the Hinduism teaches you to choose your gender, which we touched based on already also. And the gender is a dynamic and not static. Diagnosing your right gender leads to a complete fulfilled existence. So, and scientific research is done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to prove that his body is of transcendental gender. And how can we overcome the pain and suffering caused by the gender identity? Through the blessings of Devi Raja Rajeshwari, that we are celebrating the Brahmotsavam right now.
We have many of our we have many of our viewers who are really enjoying this topic, and we have a lot of engagement from our Facebook viewers. So I'm just going to read Majay Gauri saying, nobody has the courage to talk about it so openly. Hinduism is so inclusive, and Swamiji is the only guru who is reminding humanity how open and accepting Hinduism is. You are awesome, Madhurjati, and wow, beautiful, touching sharing. That was for Madhurjati and Mashama Priya. And Deborah Chance is saying, excellent interview. How inspiring to highlight the brave beings of the superhuman LGBTQ community. And we have Madhurjati also saying, oh, thank you, Madhurjati. Durjati has actually come on live in the Facebook chat, and she has responded with a link for us to join for the Paramashivoham program. And we have Einars saying, love how powerful and inspiring the sharings were. I also started to connect to Hinduism much more intensely, knowing Swamiji and Hinduism's stand with LGBTQ. Thank you so much, Einars. We have Meagle saying, yes, I live in England and LGBTQ rights are highly protected. But sadly, the country I was born in is not very gay friendly. And we have Sumati Ina from Trinidad saying, I'm so happy that you have chosen this topic because people need to have more clarity about the LGBTQ community. I totally agree with you, Ma. Social conditioning have made people close-minded. Absolutely. And we have Durjati also sharing that it's a blessing to be an LGBTQ because in Hinduism, we are natural power manifestors. And Durjiti is also saying there is a lot beyond LGBTQ, but generally the Q stands for queer or people who are exploring their religion. And we have Manitya Kailasananda also commenting for us, and a lot of comments happening. Priyasha saying awesome, thank you so much. And the Q, so somebody is asking what does the Q in LGBTQ stand for. So Q is people who are still like exploring their gender. So people who are still questioning, who are still finding it out. Okay, wonderful. And we have a lot of engagement and comments. Thank you so much. And this is actually encouraging all of us who are offering this course on behalf of KAILASA's Nithyananda Hindu University. The feedback for this topic has been overwhelming, and the engagement from the viewers has been extremely positive. Thank you everyone for your support for this course and for the support for the community. By you engaging in this course, you are actually supporting the LGBTQ community. Thank you very much. And we welcome all our viewers on Facebook or YouTube. Please do comment. Even one line of comment can go a long way in encouraging people of this community to really embrace Hinduism and share this word. And if you're watching us live, I sincerely recommend you please take a moment to share this live feed. And we are now going to enter into the next segment of this course, where we are going to present to you about Hinduism's take on gender. And it is the most breakthrough revelations the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given to humanity, especially the LGBTQ community need to listen to this. So if you are watching us live, please take a moment to share this live feed and just tell them, hey, why don't you join, learn about how Hinduism's take on LGBTQ. Let people listen to it. People always think, unfortunately, because of the such atrocity material generated on Hinduism and the anti-Hindu narrative on Hinduism, people think Hinduism is so backward and superstitious. Actually, Hinduism is the most progressive religion. Sanskrit has a word for the other gender. No other language has a word. Sanskrit has a word for the other gender, like how we have masculine, feminine, and we have the other gender. So Hinduism is extremely progressive in its thinking and in its thought currents. So I invite all our Facebook and YouTube viewers, if you are watching us live on this platform, please do share this live feed. Just your 2 minutes or 1 minute of sharing can heal the hearts of so many people in the LGBTQ community out there who feel suppressed, who feel they're not able to express themselves because of lack of acceptance in the society or in the community or in their family or in their religion. So let us welcome them. Let us welcome people from this community. Let us allow every one of us to explore and express the gender the way we want it to be. After all, it's our life and it is our freedom to live the way we want. Now, let's quickly move on to what is Hinduism's take on LGBTQ. So, 2 genders versus 11 genders. Currently, the society only has an understanding of 2 genders, but actually 11 genders exist. There is no such thing as straight. That is just being clothed with a body. The various permutation combination of our gender identification in the 4 levels: physical, physiological, psychological, and self-conscious level make the 11 genders. So how are these 11 genders formed? There are 4 layers of our identification: physical, physiological, psychological, conscious. The permutation combination of these 4 form the 11 genders. The next slide.
So the gender, as we mentioned before, the gender is dynamic and it's not static, so it's changeable. If we are grounded, we will discover ourselves, but identifying the gender makes us so perfect and complete.
Yes, and what is gender? Gender is totality of our identification with the physical body, the physiological existence, psychological layer, and your will about you. Now I will take a moment to explain what these mean. Physical body, right? Your body physically, are you having a male body or a female body? That is straightforward. Okay. Second, physiological existence. What does physiological mean? Physiological means the functioning, the internal functioning of the body. Now, some of us may be having a female body, but physiologically it may express male characteristics. Or some of us may have a male body, but may express physiologically female characteristics. Okay, let's say, for example, it can be as simple as the growth of hair in the body. It can be as simple as how does your body sweat. It can be as simple as the functions of different parts of the body. So these are some of the examples of physiological existence. There are people whose body, for example, a male body can develop breasts, or a female body can, I have seen also an example of a male, a person in the male body, he was having his menstrual cycle. So his body is actually male, but the body had internal components which generated menstrual cycle in that person. So that is physiological. Physiologically, it operates as a female, but physically, the body is a male. So the second is the internal functions, internal operations of our body, which is the physiological component. Third is psychological layer. Psychologically, how do you feel? So your body may be physically female. Physiologically, it may only be doing female activities or female functions, female organs it may have. But psychologically, you may feel different. You may want to be a male. You may want to express yourself as more as a male gender than as a female gender. So psychologically, mentally, how do you feel about you? That is the psychological layer. And third is your will about you, your conscious will. What is the decision? What is the will that you are expressing yourself to be? That is the psychological layer. So these four components make up your gender: physical, physiological, psychological, and conscious will about you. So I request everyone who is attending this course to please make a note on the gender. Gender is a totality of physical, physiological, psychological, and your will, your conscious decision. The next slide. The next slide.
Yes, we run overhead a little. So just to say it again, the gender is a dynamic, it's not a static. So it changes. If we are grounded, we'll discover ourselves. Identifying a gender makes us perfect and complete.
Go to the slide before, please. Yes. Now, Vedas and Agamas. When Vedas and Agamas asks us to be celibate till the age of 21, actually, when you join the Gurukulam system at the age of 7, till the age of 21, you are asked to be following the Brahmacharya. Means you are expected to live a celibate lifestyle till the age of 21. The purpose is to realize in physical level, what is the gender, with what you feel comfortable. In psychological level, what is the gender, what we feel comfortable with. In physiological level, what is the gender, what we feel comfortable with. And in self-conscious level, what is the gender and what we feel comfortable with. Okay, so these are the 4 levels in which you are allowed to explore yourself by living a celibate lifestyle. Before sharing your body with anybody else, identifying, just being integrated to your own body and allowing and listening to the natural expression of the body, physically, physiologically, psychologically, and consciously. Next slide. Next, the nature of Ardhanarishwara. Ardhanarishwara is the expression of Paramashiva himself. When Paramashiva gives one half of his body to his Ardhangini, to his own consort, Devi Parashakti. So in Shiva Sutras, in the verse 1.13, Uma, the Kumari, and the independent will of Shiva, he says, Icha Shakti Rupa Kumari. Icha Shakti Ruma Kumari. He says, his will is the energy of Shiva, and it is called Uma, the independent will and power of Sadashiva, and it is called Kumari, the cosmic energy that plays. And here you can actually see in the in the description of the Ardhanarishwara by Adi Shankaracharya, it says, Prapanja Shrish Tyanmukhala Sayakayi Samastasa Maharaka Tandavaya Jagatjanyai Jagate Kapitre Namaha Shivayai Cha Namah Shivaya. It says, my salutations to both Parvati and Shiva, to her whose dance marks the creation of the world, to him whose dance destroys everything, to her who's the mother of the universe, to him who's the father of the universe. It says, Pradipta Ratnojwala Kundalayai Spuranma Maha Pannaga Bhushanaya Shivanvitayai Cha Shivanvitaya Namah Shivayai Cha Namah Shivaya. Says, my salutations to both Parvati and Shiva, to her with glittering earrings of gems, to him who wears a great serpent as an ornament, to her who's divinely merged with Shiva, and to him who's divinely merged with Parvati. When Adi Shankaracharya describes about Ardhanarishwara, half is Paramashiva and half body is Parashakti. A beautiful Ardhanarishwara represents the beautiful balance of the masculine and the feminine energies in us. And next we have a very short clip about Swamiji describing about Bhagavan Krishna. And he says, the romance of Krishna is his ultimate compassion. And how Krishna as an avatar is beyond both masculine and feminine genders, and how the romance that Krishna expressed is not because he was in a male body, because he was beyond the male and female body. Let us listen to this clip from Swamiji.
I opened a huge subject. Anyhow, I have to start somewhere. One of the important thing I'm not able to comprehend the Krishna's aspect. One of the important aspect of Krishna, still which I am not able to comprehend, is his amazing romance. Understand? I can say the ultimate compassion, expression of ultimate compassion is romance. Because I know, see, the moment you reach that kind of an highest state, anybody you see you will have only compassion. The romance can never happen. See, for romance to happen, you need to feel equal. You need to feel equal. Only then romance can happen. I tell you from my experience, anybody who I see, the moment I see the whole thing. So it's always like a compassion. Just today I got one letter, very sincere advice that Swamiji, you should get married. And that letter says, you may like somebody of your age, I think you should get married. You don't understand, the romance can never happen because there is nobody with whom I can feel equal. The moment I see that person, I see the whole problem, the whole thing which is in the person. So at the most, I can have only compassion. The romance can never happen. That's why there is no romance. There is no romance in my inner space. Anybody I see, it is only compassion. Because the moment I see the whole picture. How that being is and all that. There is no romance.
how beautifully the romance of Krishna is his compassion. We would have never looked at, when I listened to this clip, we never looked at enlightened masters the way Swamiji is expressing, right? When you look at somebody, they know our whole past and, your janmas of millions of births of history. So you can never feel equal with them, for them to have romance. It's just always compassion. Only from an angle of compassion, the enlightened beings, the avatars, radiate. The next slide. And now let us listen to Swamiji's own experience. An avatar is a physical manifestation of the metaphysical union of Shiva Shakti. He exists in the state of pure consciousness Shiva, even as he manifests as an embodied form Shakti. Physically, the grace exhibited and other attributes ranging from hairline to form all point to the state of Ardhanarishwara, revealing the simultaneous expression and the perfect poise of male and female. Yes. Let's now listen to a video on Swamiji sharing about his experience after enlightenment.
I can say 2-3 things happened permanently after enlightenment. First thing, the inner chattering is not there. The gap which I gave just now, even in that few seconds, there's no word. Pure space. The second thing, the idea, the boundary, the border ends here and here starts the world. That border consciousness is not there. Whenever I have to handle the body moves, the handling happens. But when I relax, again that idea is not there. That boundary feeling doesn't exist. Third thing, even though body is male body, it is too personal, but I can say, it is up to you to understand or not, I don't mind. Because Swamiji has asked, at least for Swamiji's sake, I am sharing. Even though body is male body, the identity male or female has disappeared. The psychological identity that I am male or I am female, that doesn't exist. It is not there.
Can we move to the next slide?
Listen very intensely. Shrunupriye, listen, O beloved one. Understand. Sexual act, a man first feels physiologically pressured by the hormones. So physiology sends the signals to body, physical structure. So it starts responding, but psychology is not having enough life positive affirmation to be active. It does not have enough love. It only feels the pressure of physiology and physical components. So, it is waiting to take revenge on the physiology and physical component the moment act is over. The moment act is over, psychology just takes over and pushes you in such life negative mood and feeling. Listen, if the integrity between physical, physiological, psychological components of you is not achieved about your gender identification, whether you are oversexed or undersexed, you
Yes, so the individual consciousness has freedom to align your gender. By your willpower, you can make change your gender completely. And what are the benefits of diagnosing your gender? When your gender is properly identified, all the sexual problems are just melt down. Multiply disorders related to eating can be cured completely. Multiply disorders related to drug addictions can be cured completely just by gender identification. Complete diagnosis makes you manifest powers, not only solves all your problems, addiction-related problems, sexual orientation, complications, sexual identity crisis, gender identity crisis, even the middle age mood swings. Out of the dullness, you have everything.
Gender and attraction. All attraction is towards grace, not towards any gender, not towards any person. The sexual attraction is nothing to do with the gender of the opposite person. It is the grace we feel with the opposite person. Grace is the ability to generate huge love and respect in the other person the moment they see you. Swamiji so beautifully defines grace. What is grace? Is our ability to generate, when if you are able to generate love and respect in that other person, the moment they see you, then you are exuding grace. It is the grace that we feel to, not the physicality. Next slide.
The grace is all about you being completely comfortable with your physical, physiological, conscious identity. Grace means ability to generate huge love and respect in other person the moment he sees you, she sees you.
Now, Swamiji has the most breakthrough revelation. It says confusion about gender identity. If you are confused about your gender identity, please move to the next slide. Swamiji says, understand, if you are confused about gender identity, feel good about it. Your innermost gender identity is all that matters. So don't worry at all if you are confused about your gender identity, your gender orientation, your sexual identity, your sexual orientation. Don't feel something is wrong with you if you are confused.
Integrity is swatantra, freedom, ability for the existence of swa, not choices, is the freedom of consciousness to exist. Ability to be grounded Deep-rooted false belief that choices are freedom leads to a world full of exploiting, cunning, personal gain attitude.
The psychological setup, whether we are aggressive or passive, if our psychology is solid and prepared and integrated to physiology and physical component along with the hormonal pressure, we will build tremendous love and responsibility, care for the other person in the act. Will not be falling down. It will be falling into intimacy. Please listen. Swamiji is now unraveling the deeper truths about the gender. Whether you are aggressive or passive, if your psychology is solid and prepared and your psychology feels integrated to your physical and physiological components, whatever the hormonal pressure that you have, right, the expression of the hormonal pressure in the form of act, at the end of the act, you will not feel like you falling down. You don't feel like going down. You will feel like going into intimacy. When that intimacy component exists after the act, that means your physiology, your psychology is in alignment with your physiology and with your physical body, your physical identity.
Our gender changes based on the food we eat, thoughts we cherish. Your outer actions do not matter when it comes to sex. Your innermost gender identity is all that matters. Solve that and all is solved.
So please understand, the food that you intake matters a lot. We would have never thought or related food to gender, but the food that you take in matters, and it is not your outer actions that matter. It is the identity that you carry inside you. That is what matters. So in the next slide, we are going to now lead you into an internalization exercise. Okay, I request every one of you who are watching us live, if you can take a notebook and a pen and make a list of all your cognitions of each of the 4 levels. How do you cognize you? What are the ideas, judgments, beliefs you have about your physical body? Second, about your physiology. Here, physiology means internal functioning of the organs of the body. The ideas, the judgments, the beliefs you have about your psychology, your mental thinking, your thoughts. What kind of ideas you have. 4, your conscious will. What are the ideas and judgments you have about your conscious will? Pen down all your ideas you have received from the society about sex and sexuality, ideas about suppression and expression. Spend a few minutes now and complete on all your emotions and patterns. So let's take a few minutes and dig out all the ideas and the beliefs and the cognitions you have about your physical body. Let me give an example. What are some of the ideas that we may have about physical body? Oh, I am too short, I'm too lean, I'm too fat, I am ugly, I'm beautiful, I am not graceful, I am not impressive, I am not this, I'm not that. All the ideas you have about the look. Oh, I'm not beautiful. Oh, I don't think I'm looking attractive. I don't think people feel attracted towards me. All the ideas you have about your physical body, your physical appearance. Some of us may even feel incomplete about being a male or being a female. I don't like being a male. I don't like being a female. I don't like this. I don't like that. All the ideas, judgments, cognitions, perceptions you carry about your physical body. Second is your physiology. Your internal functionings of the different parts of the body, all the ideas, judgments, beliefs that you have. You feel like, okay, I have a perfectly beautiful body that I have, or you feel like, oh God, my hormones are not being, are being imbalanced, or I'm having headache constantly, or my digestion doesn't happen properly, or even if I eat a little bit, I put on too much of weight, or even if I eat so much, I never put on weight, or I'm not able to maintain my body shape. I'm either overweight or I'm always overweight. All the ideas that you have about your internal functionings of the body. Third is psychology. all the thought currents that you have about your gender. You feel like, I don't want to be this, or you feel incomplete about being a male or a female, or you feel female means it's more oppressed and male means it's more freedom, or feel male means it's very bland, it's not as attractive as it is a female, and nobody. So all the ideas that you have inside you, your mental layer, your thought process, and then finally your conscious will. What is your will standing about? This is what I want to be. What is your will? So pen down that as well. And then pen down all the ideas that you received about sexuality, about sex and sexuality from the society. All the suppressions and the expressions, oh, this is wrong, this is good, this is right, this is bad, this is banned, this is sin. All the ideas that you received. Please take a moment to pen down. I request NTV operator to please play the Mahavakya. Yes, please take a moment and pen down all the ideas, judgments that you have about your physical body, physiology, psychology, and your conscious will. And all the ideas you received from the society about sex and sexuality. We can move on to the next slide. The next is where we really coming to choosing our gender. Now, in the aspect of choosing your gender, you can choose which gender you want to be. Here is where you are carving out and discovering your gender, right? In the physical level, what is the gender you feel comfortable with? In the physiological level, what is the gender you feel comfortable with? In psychological level, what is the identity that you are comfortable with? In the self-conscious level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable with? Explore it. Ask yourself this question and explore it. Physical, physiological, psychological, and in the conscious level, what is the gender that you are comfortable with? So let me give an example, right? I can say from my own, just go to the slide before, please. Yes. Okay, so internalization exercise. When we are choosing our gender, let me give from my own example. Monastic family, I had an elder brother who was just 1 year elder to me. And when I was maybe around 8 years of age, my pre-monastic parents wanted something to be bought from a nearby grocery store. It was maybe 8 or 9 p.m. in the evening, and I really wanted to run. It was like maybe 100 meters away from our house. So I wanted to say that I will go to the shop and I will buy and I will come. And my my father, I think at the time said, no, you're a girl, you can't go alone. Let your brother go and buy and come. Right? So I was probably only 8 years of age at that time. And I was wondering, like, oh, why can't I go? I was so excited. I wanted to run to the shop and buy something and come. And it was just like, a stone throw away from our house. And my father said, my pre-monastic father said, no, you're a girl. You can't go out. Let your brother go buy and come. So at that time, I actually felt constrained as a woman or as a girl. I felt like, oh, I don't have all the freedom that I will have if I were a boy or if I were a male. And that was maybe at the age of 8, right? You didn't even have a lot of ideas. But I started feeling somewhere within me that being a female restricts you. So I started physically, though females, physiologically, though I'm a female, psychologically, I am more, I would say, I am more of a male than of a female psychologically. I don't have, I don't feel like as tender as a female, or I don't tend to cry a lot, or I'm not a very emotional type of a person. I'm a very independent person. I like to be independent. I like to go out. I like to do things on my own. So I don't have this, this feminine characteristics that people typically associate with, because from a very young age, I always associated the male, psychologically a male to person being more free, being more freedom. And I like that. And I enjoy being like that. And I have never been dependent on somebody. And I don't like to be dependent on somebody. And I like to be independent. I like to do all the things that the male gender can do. So I have consciously decided, and I feel complete about it. And I feel complete that, yes, this is the way I want to be. I've never related with shopping. I've never related with makeup. I've never related with, so the so-called things that typically a female would associate with. So this is what we mean when we say, okay, whatever may be the way you are born and brought up, or the situations around us, they determine your gender. They determine your gender at a physical level, physiological level, psychological level, and at a conscious level, what you want to be. And as long as you feel comfortable with all these 4 aspects, right? And that then you have identified your gender. So gender is not just physically, your body is a male or a female, but physically, physiologically, psychologically, and consciously, what do you feel? And it's not something you no need to necessarily share it with anybody, but as long as you are clear and complete with it yourself, then you can explore and you can choose the gender that you want to be. And the gender completion can go a long way in you expressing yourself in so many other dimensions of your life. So let's take a moment and quickly finish this assignment. And we have a very exciting section coming up next. So I'm going to keep it as a suspense, but if we can quickly finish the internalization assignment, we'll give a few more seconds for each of us to complete. And we have okay, so Sapre Ode is saying, I don't quite understand the physiological level. Okay, so Sapre, let me explain. Physiological is more internal functionings of the body. Now, in many cases, in many situations, people have a male physical body or a female physical body, but many of the functions of the internal organs that we have may tend to be of the opposite gender. Okay, so I give an example of a person. There are a group of people where they are in a male body, but they go through their menstrual cycle. Their organs, internal organs, the person actually has an ovary and he goes through the menstrual cycle, though he's in a male body. So there are examples like that where physically you are in a male or a female body, but the internal functions of the different organs of the body may tend to also have components of the opposite gender. It's not like it's completely opposite gender, but it also tends to have components of the opposite gender. Hope that answered your question, Sadre. Please, Sapara Ode, please go ahead, and if you have any more clarifications, please put it in the chat. Okay, so now we will move on to the next segment. I request the interview operator to move to the next slide. So in the next segment, we have actually a very interesting segment. We are going to learn about the gender and the physiology of the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, the being of transcendental gender. Okay, so how do we learn about supreme pontiff of Hinduism, right? Swamiji, his body and his very being is that of transcendental gender. We just played a video where Swamiji said, after the enlightenment experience, there is no identification of male or female in his body. what is the scientific researchers on Swamiji's body talk about the transcendental gender? How do we express, how is Swamiji expressing the transcendental gender, somebody who has gone beyond the male and female genders? And to share this with us, I have a very special person with us whom Swamiji very recently in the satsang introduced as Swamiji's own doctor. So we have Ma Nitya Devarupananda from Bangalore, who is joining us also today. I request the NTV operator to please project Ma Devarupa. Nithyananda Ma. And all our NTV viewers, you're watching on the screen is Swamiji's own doctor and introduced as his own doctor by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji himself. So Ma Devarupa, do you want to go ahead and give a quick introduction to yourself for all our NTV viewers?
Yes, Nithyanandam everyone. And I'm so overwhelmed with this introduction because we all know that he is beyond body. And I've just been one of those lucky devotees of Bhagavan who happened to be around in his physical presence. And as a part of his Leela, he just blessed us with that opportunity to feel like we have done something around for whatever issues that he was going through, but always was left with that experience and also the ultimate truth of how he healed his situations through the power of his consciousness. And that is the truth and the truth alone. So being called as Swamiji's doctor is just his beloved compassion and nothing more to it. Thank you for that.
So beautifully, Ma Devarupa, and being around Swamiji and having had the blessing to be around Swamiji and seen you also as Swamiji's doctor. Can you explain about Swamiji being of transcendental gender? Today we are talking about the LGBTQ and our different sexual orientations and gender orientations and identity. Now, when it comes to an avatar, the body of an avatar, and the researches that we have done, if you can enlighten our viewers, please.
Yes, please. Can we have the slides played?
Yes. I request NTV operator if you can please project the slides.
A transcendental gender, something so mystical to most of us, for sure. A body that doesn't relate to any classified gender as to male, female, napumsak, and much beyond all of that. Because where he exists is pure consciousness and that superconscious energy, for sure. Let us identify. See, at the end of the day, we have to qualify and quantify that statement. We have, with our limited scientific research technology that is available, try to group all of that so that a common man can relate at some level to what exactly it means to be transcendental. And we all know through the various events that have happened around Bhagavan that he was subjected to a lot of these tests, one voluntarily by himself and for other reasons also. And we have documented all these test results to prove that status of Bhagavan. If you could have the slides played.
Yes. Are you able to see the slides being projected, Ma?
No, Ma. Let me just...
Okay. Can you pin NTV operator on your screen? You have to pin NTV operator on your screen, so you'll be able to. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, now I do. Yes. So this is the scientific research on Bhagavan, which talks about the levels of the male hormone testosterone. Testosterone is that hormone which defines a male at the physiological level. You can see in this slide, it is at rock bottom in Swamiji's body. Even a newborn baby would have levels, a normal newborn baby, if you were to do the testosterone levels on, say, day 1 of life, in a male body, it would be somewhere around 100 nanogram per deciliter. In Bhagwan's case, it has been just documented to be 12.5. Next slide, please. This is scientifically the values that have been shown. Yes, for a common man's understanding, the same thing is here for all of you to see with the bar diagram chart. This is what a normal adult male would have with his testosterone levels. And this is even that of a child. And we see here in Bhagavan's body, the levels of the testosterone is totally at the rock bottom. This is something that beats all logic. Science is still to catch up with this paradoxical physiology. Let's hope for more understandings in the future. Yes. Yes, that is about the male hormone testosterone. And we've all also witnessed this very beautiful Leela of Bhagavan. Beautiful for the understandings that it gives, but for someone who would have seen the event itself, that was so alarming. When there was this one incident, there was a procession that was happening, and Swamiji was on the horse ride doing the rounds in the ashram near the Vaidya Sarovar. And the horse got so scared with all this noise and the chaos that was happening around that it just went haywire and dropped the rider, who happened to be Swamiji. Swamiji fell and he sustained a compound fracture in his right hand, where both the radius and the ulna were broken and displaced. A fracture, for most who would have been through one, would know, is one of the most painful conditions that a human body can actually experience. And there you have Bhagavan, who falls. He gets up so gracefully with a smile, looks and says, there is a fracture and we need to go to the hospital. Not a moment of pain expressed. And what actually follows was, he goes to the hospital and he says, I don't have any pain. I know that a surgery is needed, but I wouldn't want any anesthesia, to the shock of all the orthopedic doctors who treated him. But as a hospital policy, the anesthesia had to be given, and they chose to give local anesthesia, where Swamiji is totally aware of what is happening at all the time. Now, this is the quality of an avatar, which is described as Sasudha, one who calmly bears pain. When someone asked Swamiji to explain how this experience, he says with the simplicity that is so typical and characteristic of him, there was no pain because there is no conflict between the muscle memory and the attitude to life. Always approach life with acceptance and gratitude. What a depth. So beautiful. And this is another quality called the Vigata Vajra, which is the ability to spontaneously return to health under any conditions. And this is referred to in the Linga Purana as a quality of Shiva himself. We were a group of doctors who were blessed to be in this program called Nithyanandoham in December 2015 in Phuket, where Swamiji developed dengue fever. Dengue fever, high fever with body ache. The normal person would basically go through a lot of body ache, malaise. You wouldn't want to get out of bed. There is severe headache, stomach pain, joint pains, all of that, which is very characteristic within the first week of the illness. And on the day when he fell ill with this problem, he just says that my body is not functioning optimally. I see that there is some imbalance. And all that was running conversation with the group was, I need to get back to my people who are waiting for me in the program. Just get me back onto my feet as soon as you can. That was the only thing that he said. constantly. He was so dissociated from the body pain, fever. I wouldn't even know whether it was there because he never said I have body aches. But that was the space with which he was operating, where he just wanted to get back. And that is exactly what he did. The more minimal supportive care in terms of keeping the fever at bay and supporting his hydration was all that we did in this full-blown dengue fever that Bhagwan actually went through at that point in time. Next slide, please. The test report showed high levels of the antibodies, the dengue antibodies, and the first blood counts in Phuket were low and spontaneously recovered 3 weeks later. This is one incident where Bhagwan actually made this statement. When the first few hours that we could not really make it happen for him to be back in the program, he said, okay, you guys are doing what you're doing, but I'm going to heal myself with consciousness, the power of the program within a day. So that was the beauty of the Bigata Vajra quality of the avatar. And these are the scientific studies which neurologists tried to understand how the brain functions in the avatar, the PET scan. The PET scan is a positron emission topography, which actually is an imaging which shows how the brain functions, the various parts of the brain functions. In this study, the results showed that Bhagwan could activate his brain at will, even to the extent of shutting down 90% of the activity. And the PET scans repeatedly spotted the high activity level in this area, which is the third eye region topographically, if you were to locate it, which is the mesial frontal lobe that corresponds to the third eye region, always showed significant enhancement. Next slide. Also, the QEEG, the quantitative EEG report, which actually records the electrical activity in the neurons of the brain, was done in Oklahoma in 2004 by a research team, where Bhagwan was able to activate and quieten any part of the brain at will. Basically, the brain waves are of various types: alpha, beta, gamma, theta, delta, etc. Delta is the brain activity which people can produce when you are in the deepest level of meditation or you have a deep sleep without any dreams. That is the complete restful awareness in the brain. And what this study actually showed was that even when Swamiji was normally interacting with people, he was in complete control of his brain waves. And there was a heightened activity in the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe, which is the seat of intelligence, as compared to the normal human brain, was always showing a heightened activity. The delta waves, which are predominantly can be attained only in the deepest level of meditation or a dreamless sleep state, happens when you withdraw all external awareness. All external activities and awareness is suspended. Only then, with great practice, can someone actually bring up the delta waves. Paradoxically, in Bhagwan's case, the recording of the delta waves was documented even when he was normally interacting very casually with the scientists around him. Now, this was such a baffling result where people could not connect the two. This goes on to say that even when he's doing his normal actions of sitting there and talking in satsang or cracking a normal joke with people and laughing the guts out, he is actually in that state of samadhi. Brain is in a constant state of deep relaxation. This is the research that Dr. Juan Urudi put up. And as I said, it has never been reported before where the brain shows deep relaxed state even with normal tasks when he's functioning. Next slide. The samadhi state has also been measured by the same doctor in April 2006, which shows a marked increase in the background delta rhythm at all times. And also the baseline data in all the states is very similar indicating an inner control over the activity. The brain of an incarnation. What a caption. Fully functional while in Samadhi. April 2005, Dr. Collins, another neurophysician, a feedback specialist in St. Louis, discovered that his Divine Holiness body can be fully functional, yet the brain is in a deep relaxation. For most of us, you see, when you get worked up, you feel that heat around your head, right? So that is because your metabolism in the brain cells is so high. In Bhagavan's case, the metabolism is only 1/20th of the normal people. Only the energy that is required to run the vital body functions, breathing, the heart, the respiratory, the circulatory system, all of that is what is only being consumed. And the brain function readings were actually so low when the equipment that was put upon Bhagavan's recording on the scalp was actually checked for failure, saying, oh, maybe the battery is low, and that is why the brain wave, the rhythm, and the strength of the waves, the height of the waves, all of that is low. So that is the level of metabolism in the brain itself, which is so like optimally functioning. So all of these results actually are so paradoxical. For most of us, when we are awake, interacting, it is either the right or the left side of the brain that works. Whereas in Bhagavan's case, both the right and the left brain were working simultaneously. And the alpha waves that I was talking about are the normal waves when people are so stressed all the time. When they are engaging with the outer world activities, you have a high level of alpha waves. In Bhagavan's case, alpha waves component is so negligible that it is almost not there. The higher frequency brain waves were very high in meditation, as opposed to the lower frequency waves in normal people. See, when normal people try to meditate, they actually try to focus and concentrate that bring up the low frequency waves. In Bhagavan's case, when he falls into samadhi, he's actually entering into pure awareness. And that is why those high frequency waves have been recorded. Also, they did this study when Bhagavan was offering healing to the recipient there. When Bhagavan offers healing, the right brain was seen to be more active than the left side of the brain. Now, the right hemisphere basically does global thinking and rapid processing of information. It is almost hundreds of times faster than the left brain, and the right brain happens to be in a timeless zone. So this is the correlation that science has somewhere tried to match up with what exactly is happening in the Bhagavan's neuronal system. Next slide, please. Also, healing of diseases through frequency alignment was documented. There is something called a heart rate variability, which is a technique to measure the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous activity. What they did was they recorded the heart rate variability in the recipient and the heart rate variability in Bhagavan. And after that, when Bhagavan was offering the healing, the heart rate of the recipient actually recorded the same graph as was happening in Bhagavan. Now, during healing, there is a complete entrainment of the autonomic nervous system of His Divine Holiness with that of the recipient. Now, this is somewhere how they are trying to relate the energetic linkage of His Divine Holiness that goes on to offer the healing. And that probably accounts for so many miraculous healing experiences that people have been blessed with worldwide.
Beautiful, Ma. I think it was very short but a very crisp presentation on the different researches, scientific researches that we have done on Swamiji, starting with the testosterone level, the male hormone level in Swamiji's body, to that of less than that of a 6-year-old child. That is the male hormone level in Swamiji's body, which so far has never been proved for an adult male, and thereby showing very clearly that Swamiji is of transcendental gender, and is constantly, his brain waves show very clearly Swamiji is constantly in the state of samadhi. Whatever little science can justify or can verify or can prove the state of an incarnation, which is, of course, the science is not yet there to verify or to be able to present all the different dimensions radiated by an avatar. But whatever little science can catch up with, we have presented to you the various evidences, so beautifully presented by Swamiji's own doctor, Ma Devarupa. Thank you so much, Ma, for coming on the panel today and sharing with our viewers the research is done on Swamiji's body. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Swamiji.
And as we get ready to move on to our the next segment, we wanted to share with you, as we are concluding this course and getting ready to receive Swamiji in the live satsang that's going to happen at 10:30 p.m. So we're just a few minutes away from welcoming Swamiji. We wanted to present to you about how really we can bring the healing with respect to the gender, the sexual orientation, the sexual identity. How can we bring in that healing? We want to present that. And while the auspicious occasion of the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam is going on, today is the third day of the Brahmotsavam, how we can all receive the grace and blessings of Devi Rajarajeshwari as we receive her blessings to experience completion with ourselves, completion with our gender, completion with our sexual identity and the gender identity. So, yes. The 10-day Rajarajeshwari festival is celebrated only in Kanchipuram as the Masi Magam Utsavam, meaning it's a celebration in the Tamil month of Masi, where the star Maga in its remembering the divine play of the universal cosmic mother, Rajarajeshwari. Please go back to the slide, please. Yes, divine play of the universal cosmic mother Rajarajeshwari as a young maiden in Kanchipuram, destroying the demon Bandasura.
So after her victory, the Devatas gods prayed to her to show her real form, Vishvarupa Darshan. And she reveals the same on this day of Masi Maga. The demon Bandasura is symbolic of the negativity inside each one of us, which needs to be destroyed to deliver us to enlightenment. And just to draw your attention, you can, if you know the benefits already of how amazing and how beneficial it is to worship, to offer offerings to Rajarajeshwari, you can sign up at tiny.cc/sevas, and link you can see also at the bottom of the screen.
Goddess Rajarajeshwari or Bhuvaneshwari bears a sweet significance in the life of His Divine Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. When Swamiji was around 10 years of age, in the year 1988, during the 9-day festival of Navaratri, celebrating the universal cosmic mother, Devi Parashakti, Rajarajeshwari, in her various forms and names.
The Supreme Pontiff reveals that with the carving of the Rajarajeshwari started KAILASA's Nithyananda Sacred Arts University, the wing of KAILASA that births thousands of deities in stone, metal, wood, marble, and other material today. In birthing deities, The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also acknowledges the deep inspiration of Sri Tiruchi Mahaswamigal, incarnation of the Cosmic Mother herself, who built the beautiful Rajarajeshwari temple in his Sri Kailas Ashrama Maha Samsthana in Bengaluru.
So I think we got, see, I just wanted to convey about Swamiji's experience, right? When Swamiji was around 10 years of age, during the 9-day festival of Navaratri, celebrating the universal cosmic mother in her various forms and names, Swamiji beheld her live form as Mother Rajarajeshwari or Bhuvaneshwari inside the Arunachala temple. After the darshan, Swamiji immediately went home and started carving her form in a soapstone, guided personally by none other than his guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the embodiment of Paramashiva himself. So Swamiji had the darshan of Devi Rajarajeshwari, Bhuvaneshwari, and immediately went home and carved the Devi on the soapstone. So the picture that you see in the next slide, let's go to the next slide. The picture that you see of Devi in this slide is actually hand carved by Swamiji immediately after the vision Swamiji had. Next slide. Please go back one slide. Now it is Tiruchi Swamigal who recognized the incarnation in young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and initiated in Shakta Sampradaya, the Hindu tradition of worshipping the divine feminine energy. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls how Tiruchi Swamigal, keeping the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism next to him, would draw in charcoal and show the veteran temple architects, Sthapatis, nuances in the Hindu deity forms. Tiruchi Mahaswamigal gifted Swamiji a photograph of Rajarajeshwari at the Bengaluru KAILASA Ashrama. This photograph was worshipped by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and is part of Kailasa's sovereign archives today.
The Mother Rajarajeshwari is also the presiding deity of Sri Chakra, a two-dimensional sacred geometry which is etched on a copper foil and worshipped as representing the universe itself. The tradition of mother worship through the Sri Chakra is called Sri Vidya. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was initiated into Sri Vidya by his Guru Mata Vibhutananda Puri when she had an awakening mandate from Mother Rajarajeshwari herself to initiate him without further ado, after he had a live darshan of the Sri Chakra at the age of 11.
The divine darshan happened inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, again during the auspicious Navaratri festival. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism seamlessly carved the glowing form of Sri Chakra. He beheld in his inner space on a copper foil with no external reference figure. Mata Vibhutanandapuri was awestruck to see the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism playfully relating and reproducing the sacred and the complex form of Sri Chakra, which she has been worshipping all her life.
When one merges in oneness with Mother Rajarajeshwari through worship, she bestows the attributes of straightforwardness over hypocrisy in manifesting one's own life vision, showers wealth, happiness, gives protection like a mother, and above all liberates one from the cycle of birth and death itself.
And we have one of our YouTube viewer, Manitya Divyananda. She's saying that I made the offering to Devi Rajarajeshwari today, and she said that the results were felt and experienced just hours later. This is exactly the experience that people have when an offering is made in the sacred space and in the presence and with the blessings of the avatar. This is what exactly we experience. Immediately you get the benefits. Thank you, Manitya Divyananda, for sharing your experience and enriching others with your experience. Shushma Mirajkar is saying, Paramashivoham, bless me with good health, Swamiji. Shushma, I would highly recommend just make an offering and worship Devi Rajarajeshwari, whose presence is so prevalent and so available for all of us, the divine cosmic mother. And Swamiji has installed the deity of Rajarajeshwari in majestic proportions in Kailasa's various temples around the world. Some of the deities have been personally carved by the Supreme Pontiff. The Rajarajeshwari deity that Swamiji has installed in Kailasa in Los Angeles is the largest Rajarajeshwari deity in North America. You can see the picture in the slide. He has also installed her divine form in Adi Kailasha, Bengaluru, and has blessed Kailasa in Washington, D.C. to soon have her form.
Yes, and here on the photograph you can see Rajarajeshwari in Adi Kailasa Sarvainapita, Bangalore, in India.
And the picture of Rajarajeshwari in Los Angeles, Sarvainapita. The beautiful deity and the beautiful form of Rajarajeshwari in Adi Kailasha, Bangalore, and in Los Angeles, California, USA.
So now we would like to just walk you through very quickly what is it that you can offer tomorrow and the day after. So during the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, while the Brahmotsavam is still happening.
The different offerings that we have on the day 4 of the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam, which is the 20th of February, tomorrow, is at 7:30 a.m. in the morning, we have the Yagashala Shodasi Homa. The 9 a.m. we have the Rajarajeshwari procession on the Hanumanta Vahana. And at 10 a.m. in the morning, we have the Rajarajeshwari Abhishekam, and Abhishekam to Swamiji's deity. At 4 p.m. in the evening, we have the Yagashala Shodasi Homa. And at 6 p.m., we have the Rajarajeshwari procession on the Hamsa Vahana. And at 7 p.m., we have the Devi Vishalakshi, Swamiji, the Alankaram as Devi Vishalakshi, followed by Satsang Arati for Rajarajeshwari and Swamiji's deity.
And to give you the benefits of the Yogashala Shodashi Homa, the offering is $1,008 And the benefits of this amazing fire ritual, the traditional fire ritual in Hinduism, is all auspiciousness things manifesting in your life, all negative and destructive problems completely nullified. And this is offering of the sacred fire ritual where the Shri Rajarajeshwari is invoked with Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Vasinaidi Devatas. The oblation are poured into the sacred fire with the most sacred mantra of the Shodashi. The Raksha from the Homa is offered to Rajarajeshwari before the procession.
And if you go to the, please go to the next slide. The Rajarajeshwari Abhishekam. Now we had one of our YouTube viewers had asked about healing blessings, and Ma Shushma Mirajkar. Ma Shushma, I would highly recommend, if you are able to make this offering, you can offer the Rajarajeshwari Abhishekam, $251. Offer the sacred bath to Rajarajeshwari with sacred herbs and cow milk, which represents wealth, health, and all the best things of life being offered to the Supreme Mother. It brings deep completion with the mother, and it brings deep completion with the gender identity aspect. When you feel complete with the mother, you feel complete within yourself and with all the gender identity, sexual orientation related issues. So whoever is doing this course, if you would like to experience that completion and gender within you, offer the Rajarajeshwari Abhishekam, which is the offering of the sacred bath to Rajarajeshwari. The experience was so much completion. Here we have one of the participants who offered the Abhishekam, Ma Divyananda, saying the experience was so much completion. Relationships that had been conflict for years suddenly flow so nicely, and I feel so much lighter. I am able to recognize the divine within myself and others. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Maniti Divyananda, for sharing your experience. And Anupama Menon is sharing about Swamiji, truly a being of impossible to match accomplishments. So Shushma Mirajkar, especially for healing, you had requested for blessing with healing. If you can offer the Rajarajeshwari Abhishekam, it can really help you. You can go to tiny.cc/sevas. I request the interview operator to please project the link. tiny.cc/sevas, and I invite each and every one of us who are watching this today, connect with Devi, connect with Rajarajeshwari. The offering of the Abhishekam makes us all experience the deep feeling connection with Rajarajeshwari, bestows us with health, with wealth, and a beautiful completion with the cosmic mother, and who's the source of us, and who's the source of all our gender and gender identity crisis that we are experiencing. She is the completion of that. The blessings of Devi Rajarajeshwari can bring us a deep healing in all the gender-related issues, gender-related identity within us. So I invite each and every one of us, whoever wants to experience that, you can register in the link that we are showing on the screen, which is tiny.cc/sevas. I request the interview operator to please project the link. For those of us who would like to offer the sevas, the link is being projected on the screen right now. It is tiny.cc/sevas. And there are many offerings for us to do. You can do the Abhishekam, you can do the Homa, or if you want to have a deep devotion to the Guru, like Hanuman has to Rama, then you can offer the Hanuman Vahana. Tomorrow, Devi Rajarajeshwari is going to grace us in the Hanumanta Vahana. So you can offer the procession of the Devi in Hanumanta Vahana as well. You can choose what you want to do. At least you can do the Abhishekam and experience the deep completion with respect to gender identity and gender sexual identity, sexual crisis, or gender crisis that we are experiencing within us. So the link is tiny.cc/sevas. You can go ahead and register yourself to receive the blessings and the grace of Devi Rajarajeshwari. The next slide.
Yes, and if we can, that's also what we can offer. That's beautiful Abhishekam to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to Swamiji. So this offering is $251 US, and this is also happening during the Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam. And what are the benefits offering the Abhishekam to Swamiji? It's experience the completion of the Guru. Enjoy multiple time of wealth, health, and best things of your life. And if you are disciples already of Swamiji, you already know how much he gives, how much he showers on people, on his disciples, on his devotees, on people in general, on the humanity. So offer the sacred bath to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, with sacred herbs and cow milk, which represents wealth, health, and all the best things of life being offered to the avatar.
And next we have the Homa. Now, when do we offer the Homa? Homa is invoking the presence of Devi Rajarajeshwari in the fire, offering all the oblations to her. The benefits of the Homa are all the auspicious things manifesting in your life, all negativity and destructive problems completely being nullified in your life. So if you're having anything that is destructive or something negative happening in your life, just offer the Homa. Like how the fire burns everything, all your negativities, karmas which are attracting negativity in your life, any obstructions that, let's say, for example, you want a job, but some kind of an obstacle is coming along the way. You want those obstacles to be removed. Or in terms of a relationship, you want something to happen, but there is some obstacle in the form of a person or a situation, or or a need of something, some obstacle coming in some way or the other. All the negativity and all the destructive problems, things which are getting destroyed in your life in front of you, you don't know how to fix it, and you can offer the Homa. Homa is a very powerful way to manifest what you want, and to remove, especially this Shodasi Homa, is to remove all the negative and destructive problems and completely nullifying their effects in your life. You can offer the Shodasi Homa. And those of you, if you have any questions, if you're not clear which offering would be best for you, you can respond by chatting in the YouTube live or in Facebook live. Let's say, for example, Sushma had asked about health. So we were able to suggest what will be the right offering for her, and you can choose to register for that offering. So if you have any specific questions, or if you want to manifest something specific in life and you want to know what is the best seva to offer for that, how do we connect with Devi Rajarajeshwari to manifest that aspect in your life, you can go ahead and comment, and we will be more than happy to guide you and suggest what will be the seva that you can offer. And then you can choose. Always, it's your choice. It's completely up to you. You can choose to offer that seva or not. Okay, so we would sincerely recommend utilizing this. And for those of you who are sincerely attending this LGBTQ in Hinduism course, this can really bring so much of completion in the gender aspect of each and every one of us. So it's not just only for LGBTQ, for any and all of us. Bringing the deep completion in the gender aspect of us makes us manifest extraordinary powers. So if you have any questions, you can ask us, comment on the YouTube or Facebook live, and we'll be more than happy to guide you, answer your questions, and you can register for the sevas in tiny.cc/sevas. And in terms of
Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
சிந்தூரம் குங்குமம் செவ்வானம் அவ்வானம் திகழவர் கதிரின் உதயம் தேசுமிகு மாணிக்க திரியேறு கமலம் அச்செங்கமலம் அஞ்சு பவளம் மந்தாரம் மழை நாளில் வரும் இந்திர கோபம் அவ்வண்டூரு மலையின் அரவம் மான்மதம் செங்குருதி போல் மலரும் மாதுளம் மாதுளம் சிதறும் மொத்தம் செந்தீயின் வண்ணமெனவே சொல்லும் மேனியும் செப்பரிய அழகு வடிவும் சிங்காதனத்திலும் சிவனார் மனத்திலும் சீர்கொண்டு இலங்கும் எனினும் ஏந்தாய் நின் பேர் சொல்லும் ஏழையே அறிவிலும் என்றென்றும் திகழ அருள்வாய் இறைவியனை ஆண்டருளும் நித்திய நித்தீஸ்வரி நித்திய புரி வாழும் உமையே நோக்கும் திசை தோறும் நூபுறத்தாள்களும் நூல் போல் ஒசிந்த இடையும் நொடி தோறும் புதிதான எழில் கொள்ளும் நுவலறிய திருமேனியும் வார்குங்குமக்கச்சு மார்பும் அம்மார்பினில் வாடாத மலர் மாலையும் வைரமோடு நவமணி வயங்கும் மங்கள நானும் மனம் வீசும் இனிய பொலிவும் காக்கும் கரங்களும் அங்குச பாசம் கரும்புவில் மலர்கள் ஐந்தும் கனிவாயில் மூரலும் கருணை பொழிவிழிகளும் கனகமணி ஒளிர்முடி நாவினில் தோன்றிடும் பாவினில் ஆழ்ந்த பொருள் என நின்றிடும் நித்யானந்தா நான் மறை மூன்று தமிழ் தனை காத்திடும் ஞான முதல்வனே நித்யானந்தா அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா கூவிடும் கூக்குரல் கேட்ட அம்மாத்திரம் ஓடி வந்தாண்டிடும் நித்யானந்தா மேவிடும் தீமைகள் யாவையும் தாங்கிய சூலத்தில் நீக்கிடும் நித்யானந்தா அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா என்னிடும் தூரத்தில் இல்லை என்றென்ன என் எண்ணத்திலே நின்ற
Nithyanandam. Today, on the third day of the Sri Rajarajeshwari Brahmotsavam, Utsava Rajarajeshwari Devi is gracing on the Swarna Airavata Vahana along with Saraswati and Lakshmi. The Airavata is the leader among the elephants. Elephants represent both power and knowledge. When there are obstacles in the paths, elephants do not walk around, they remove the obstacles and walk past it. They are the path finders, they are the path makers and the leaders in the forest. Elephants are very kind, regal and powerful animals. Devi Rajarajeshwari has the mastery in warfare and has the cosmic intelligence and radiates leadership in driving the whole creation of the universe. We offer the divine elephant whose qualities highlight the same divine qualities in Devi. Sampatkari samarudha sindhuravraja In the Lalita Sahasranama, it extols Devi as the one who is attended by a herd of elephants ably commanded by Sampatkari. Let us now offer our love and gratitude to Utsava Rajarajeshwari and Moola Rajarajeshwari here in Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devasthanam.
ध्यायेत् पद्मासनस्थां विकसितवदनां पद्मपत्रत्रयाक्षीं हेमाभां पीतवस्त्रां करकलितलसद्धेमपद्माम्बराङ्गीं सर्वालङ्कारयुक्तां सततमभयदां भक्तनम्रां भवानीं श्रीविद्यां शान्तमूर्तिं सकलसुरनुतां सर्वसम्पत्प्रदात्रीम्. ॐ गुग्गुलोपेतं सुगन्धं च सुमनोहरम् आघ्रेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्. ॐ ऐं ह्रीं श्रीं श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति श्रीमद्राजराजेश्वरी पराभट्टारिकायै नमः. धूपमाघ्रापयामि. ॐ साज्यं त्रिवर्तिसंयुक्तं बह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहम्. ॐ ऐं ह्रीं श्रीं श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति श्रीमद्राजराजेश्वरी पराभट्टारिकायै नमः. एकहार्तिदीपं सन्दर्शयामि. अथ नैवेद्यम्. ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा. ॐ ऐं ह्रीं श्रीं श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति श्रीमद् राजराजेश्वरी पराभट्टारिकायै नमः. अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि. नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि. न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकं नेमा विद्युतो भान्ति कुतोऽयमग्निः. तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भाषा सर्वमिदं विभाति. कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि. भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि. भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि. ॐ ऐं ह्रीं श्रीं श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्ति श्रीमद् राजराजेश्वरी पराभट्टारिकायै नमः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि
Today, the Utsava Vigraha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam deity here in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devasthanam is gracing in the Annapurneshwari Alankaram. Annapurneshwari is the Devi that sits and compassionately feeds all who receive her prasadam. Let us now offer the puja to Swamiji's deity, gracing as Annapurneshwari.
आदाय दक्षिणकरेण सुवर्णदर्वीं दग्धन्नपूर्णमितरेण करेण पात्रम् अन्नप्रदाननिरतां नवहेमवर्णाम् अम्बां भजे कनकभूषणमाल्यशोभाम् नित्यानन्दकरी वराभयकरी सौन्दर्यरत्नाकरी निर्धूताखिलघोरपावनकरी प्रत्यक्षमाहेश्वरी प्रालेयाचनवंशपावनकरी काशीपुराधीश्वरी भिक्षां देहि कृपावलम्बनकरी मातान्नपूर्णेश्वरी ॐ दशांगं गुग्गुलोपेतं सुगन्धं च सुमनोहरम् आघ्रेय सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ धूरसि धूर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वयो ओस्मान् धूर्वदितं धूर्वयं वयं धूर्वामः ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः धूपमाघ्रापयामि ॐ उद्दीप्यस्वजातवेदोपग्निर्निर्निर्मम अशोकस्यमह्यमावह जीवनं च दिशो दश मानो हि पुंसीर्जातवेदो कामश्वं पुरुषं जगदे अभिप्रदग्न आगहि श्रियामा परिपातया ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः एकादीपं सन्दर्शयामि अथ नैवेद्यम् ॐ मधुवारदायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माधीर्न सन्तोषधीः मधुरक्तमुतोषसि मधुमत्पार्थिव कुम्रजः मधुद्योरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुम् अस्तु सूर्यः माधीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु 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 ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि ॐ न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न तत्र तारकं नेमा विद्युतो भाति कुतोऽयमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भाषा सर्वमिदं विभाति ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः सर्वोपचारार्थे सर्वमङ्गलवाप्यर्थे सर्वापराधक्षमापणार्थे आनन्दकर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि बृहत्सामक्षत्रवृत्विद्वृष्टिं दृष्टुपौजशुभिदमुग्रवीरम् इन्द्रस्तोमेन पञ्चदशेन मध्यमितं वातेन सकरेण रक्ष रक्षान् धारयामि
जपो जल्पशिल्पं सकलमपि मुद्रा विरचना
Gatif pradakshinya kramanamasanaadyahuti vidhu Pranamassamveshas sukhamakhilamarpa atmarpanadarsha Saparya paryayastava bhavatu yanme vilasitam Mangalam kalpavrikshaya Mangalam jnanadayine Sadashivaya Shri Nithyanandeshwaraya Mangalam Mangalam Shri Vidyambaye Mangalam Kamadayinye Sarva Mangaladhatri Nithyanandeshwarye Mangalam Mangalam Gurudevaya Mokshamulaya Mangalam Paravatara Nithyanandaya Gurave Mangalam.
ईश्वर परमशिव समारंभाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्ति मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahans, Mahans, Tanidar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, Sarvaparityagis, Sarvanyapita Yajamans, everyone sitting with us with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Internalizing and understanding the body you have, the mind you have, the breathing structure you have, all this are consciously 3D printed by you, will empower you with the knowledge, confidence, ability to consciously 3D print, manifest anything you want as reality. Listen. Last few days in the satsang, I was talking about how human beings are capable, completely equipped to consciously 3D print anything you want and manifest it as your reality. There is so much of self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial by people in so many levels. I can see some of the comments in the Facebook, to the level people not only doubt their capacity to consciously 3D print their reality, they even hate this idea it is possible, because they feel they have done such a cheap, third-rate, mediocre 3D printing of their existing reality. They don't want to take the responsibility for it. Hey, listen. You are asked to look into your past in Hindu tradition, not to fall in guilt and powerlessness and suffer, but to repair, rejuvenate, do prayaschitta, evolve, and manifest the new possibility and new reality. In Hinduism, there is no guilt, there is no sin, there is only karma, there is only prayaschitta. There is a big difference between guilt, sin, eternal hell, and karma, prayaschitta, rebuilding, rejuvenating, remanifesting your reality. Understand, everything is focused on solution in Hinduism. That is why there is no eternal hell. Actually itself, in the universe, there is no eternal hell. If you believe there is an eternal hell, that belief is the eternal hell. Not otherwise. So listen. There are multiple reasons why you strongly deny your capacity to consciously 3D print your life and reality and manifest. First of all, you feel, oh, then why did I manifest this kind of reality? Why did I consciously 3D print this kind of life I am having in front of me? And now I have to take the responsibility and redo the whole 3D printing. Listen carefully. Any one day you have to get mature. Maturity is mandatory in life. The good news I have for you is it is too easy. It is not difficult. All you need to do is get out of the impact of the gaslighting done on you by the unconscious. Ecosystem. The so-called human society. Listen carefully. The modern day human society you are living is such an unconscious ecosystem. It does so much of gaslighting. Gaslighting means, let me define, so much of false ideas are dumped on you, even you start believing them about you. Listen carefully. You need to be enlightened, not gaslighted. Anything which puts self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred in you, SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial in you, is gaslighting you. Anything which empowers you, evolves you, entrains you, excites you, enlightens you, is Paramashivam Jnana. Listen to this truth I am revealing and internalize. Mandukya Upanishad beautifully says, whenever you face any doubt, whenever you feel stuck in the path of spirituality, get back to the source sound, pranava. Patanjali also uses the same methodology in Yoga Sampradaya. He says, meditating on pranava will break all the doubts and the obstacles in your path to manifestation. Whenever you feel stuck, you will be able to break that feeling stuck or obstacles by meditating on pranava, Omkaranada. Listen carefully. Come back to your source sound, Omkaranada. From there, see clearly this body you are carrying, this mind you are carrying, is consciously 3D printed by you. And you manifested it. And it is your own conscious 3D printing. Understanding this powerful cognition, the way your eyes are, the way your head is, the way your face is, the way your shoulders are, the way your hands are, the way your body is, consciously 3D printed by you and manifested. The way your mind is, conscious. Have as on now all the Panchakoshas. See, the physical structure you have as on now, it's called Annamaya Kosha. The breathing structure you have as on now, it's called Pranamaya Kosha. The mental structure you have as on now, it's called Manomaya Kosha. Cognition structure you have as on now, Vijnanamaya Kosha. The conscious reality you are manifesting as on now in your life is called Anandamaya Kosha. All these 5 structures are consciously 3D printed by you out of your consciousness. It's the best news for my Gurukul Balasans, for my kids. Because you can now easily do all the correction, do 3D printing, reprinting, realigning. When you are a kid, you are given pencil, because any mistake you make, you can use the rubber and erase it and rewrite. When you become adult, you are given pen, so no rewrite, no erasing is possible. You can cross, rewrite, but you know how the paper will look. My kids are still with pencil. You have not yet got your pen. So we can easily erase any part you don't like and reprint, re-evolve, rejuvenate, redevelop, retrain, recreate. it will be so easy, even for adults. If you feel you are my kid, you are my kid. I will empower you to reprint your life. There is no age for my Gurukul. If you are my disciple, you are my kid and you are in my Gurukul. Listen carefully. Understanding these 5 structures you have, the physical structure, Annamaya Kosha, breathing structure, Pranamaya Kosha, mental structure, Manomaya Kosha, cognition structure, Vijnanamaya Kosha, Anandamaya Kosha, the conscious structure. All these 5 structures you are carrying is consciously 3D printed by you, manifested by you as your reality. If you understand this, you will gain so much confidence. Oh God, yes, if I 3D printed this, then I can 3D print anything I want. This confidence, this clarity, this easiness of the possibility is theistic attitude of life. Easiness of the possibility is theism. When you deny the easiness of the possibilities, you become atheist. I am defining atheism and theism. Listen. When you understand the possibility, the easiness, possibility exists for you, you are a theist. If you feel no possibility exists for you, you are atheist. Understand? Life is all about manifesting the signs of conscious possibilities. I tell you, for last few centuries, Hindus went through so much of gaslighting. I'll read out the exact definition of gaslighting. Because you can now see him through all the corrections, through 3D thinking, rethinking, realizing. When you are a kid, you are given pencil, because any mistake you make, you can use the rubber and erase it and rewrite. You become adult, you are given pen, so no rewriting, no erasing is possible. You can pass, rewrite, but Listen, I have the definition of gaslighting. Gaslighting is a form of emotional abuse that is seen in abusive relationships. It is the act of manipulating a person by forcing them to question their thoughts, memories, and the events occurring around them. A victim of gaslighting can be pushed so far that they question their own sanity. Listen. Anything which destroys you, makes you powerless, permanently damaging you, is gaslighting. Anything which empowers, entrains, enlightens, raises you to the higher possibility, conscious possibilities, is enlightenment process. Understand? In the enlightenment process, you go through complete transformation of your identity. You move to the next level of conscious possibility. In gaslighting, you are permanently doomed in eternal hell. In enlightenment, you are given possibility again and again and again, empowered, evolved, raised, entrained, and enlightened. Listen carefully. You need to intensely realize this truth. Never allow society to do gaslighting on you. The most sweetest, easiest way I walked out of society is gaslighting on me is just my love for my gurus and my simple trust to my gurus, my simple obedience to my gurus. That's it. My simple trust, simple, honest relationship with my gurus. My simple obedience to my gurus. They just beautifully, sweetly, without any effort, made me walk out of all the society's gaslighting. He said, "Boss, gaslighting? Take your gas, push over." Understand? Gaslighting? Take your gas back. In the physical level or in the social level. Do not allow gaslighting by the unconscious society. I tell you, people who brainwash you will be so sweet. I have seen how this culinary gang, traitor gang, brainwashes the people inside the Sangha are simple Adinavasis. I have seen, first, they will find the weakness of those persons, if the laziness is their weakness, or just don't want to get involved in anything. life negative, withdrawn, mental pattern is their weakness. They will exactly feed that. Or any other weakness. If that person is having the weakness for some food or drugs or any other addiction, these traitors will support that person in that same pattern. They will feed that same pattern and make friends with them. Once you feel he is a good person, he cares for you, he loves you, you build that identity or that kind of a relationship, then he damages your whole conscious possibility so much by putting the fear in you. Oh, what will happen if you fail in your brahmacharya? What will happen if you fail in your sannyasa? What will happen if you fail in this vow? What will happen if you fail in that great effort? Everyone fails. No one is successful. See in the Sangha, nobody is successful. Everybody is fail. Everybody fails. They put all the patterns which makes you powerless. Deep fear, deep guilt. This is what I call gaslighting. And you slowly get convinced that the conscious possibilities are not for you. You are convinced that a higher possibility is not for you, or you can't struggle that much. Even if the science is true, it is not for you. I tell you, this is the worst delusion. I can see very clearly how these traitors, criminals, anti-Hindu gang, enemies and traitors both. See, enemies don't even believe this conscious possibility, science is true. The traitors, they believe conscious possibility, science may be true, but not for them. It is not possible for them. Those enemies and traitors, when they gang up, that becomes deadly combination. They form an ecosystem to destroy all the good things. I can see very clearly how one rotten apple rots other apples and destroys. When you are strongly convinced about the impossibility, you invent all possible kind of reasons and convince others also, so that you have a gang feeling very secure that you are right. I tell you, even if I am alone, I will continue to tell the truth and reveal the signs of conscious possibility for you human beings. Just for that purpose I came from Kailasa. As I said, today morning satsang, my gurus have given me 3 methodology to revive this whole ecosystem of Kailasa on planet Earth. tree methodology to revive this conscious possibility science, living enlightenment science. 1. Varnashrama Dharma, sovereign order of Kailasa. The Brahmana, Vaishya, Kshatriya, Shudra, Varnas, and Ashrama, Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyasa. And there are subdivisions in this. Rudraganya, Sadhvi, or Brahmacharini, Brahmachari. All that subdivisions put together. I call it Varnashrama Dharma. All the 108 orders, sovereign orders of Kailasa, is Varnashrama Dharma. That's a one methodology to revive this Kailasa ecosystem. Second, Gurukul, where a group of seekers, balasans, sannyasis sit with Guru and start manifesting powers, powerful cognitions, conscious possibilities. Through that, from all over the world, all the yoga prashtas are attracted. All the yoga prashtas are attracted towards me. Yoga prashta means, in the past many births you struggled, worked for enlightenment. But just before getting enlightened, last 2-3 patterns, before breaking last few patterns, you left the body, you died. So this time you take birth in very rich families. Or the families where your parents and your ecosystem will allow you to go and be with the master. Bhagavad Gita very clearly explains the science of Yoga Prashta. How Yoga Prashta takes birth. If he has not broken the pattern for some luxury, desire, he takes birth in a rich family and exhausts the desire and breaks that pattern, completes it and reaches the Guru's feet. Or he takes birth in a family ecosystem where the parents and everyone is supportive of you being with the master. If your pattern is just some unconscious, you take birth in a family ecosystem situation where you are supported to be with the master and come back to master, work on your conscious possibilities and get enlightened. Understand? Gurukul is the lotus flower, attracts the bees, honey bees automatically. When a lotus blooms, honey bees automatically are attracted. When a Gurukul blossoms, the Gurukul ecosystem blossoms. From all over the world, all the yoga prashtas are automatically attracted. That's a second methodology. Third is creating a powerful energy field, Kailasa system, where the gods and goddesses of Kailasa, different dimensions and aspects of Paramashiva, directly embody, incarnate, and start manifesting this conscious possibility, science to the world, like Skandamata. See, I created an ambience, ecosystem, put my tapas, and made Skandamata, Parashakti, who gave birth to Subramanya, that energy, source energy, assume, embody itself as Skandamata Papa. Now, providing the atmosphere, ecosystem for her to blossom, manifest. all her multi-dimensions. Nobody taught her Ganesha is her brother, all that. I've installed a Ganesha in my courtyard in Biddi, Adi Kailash, to take care of Skandamata. I requested, pray to that Ganesha. I prayed to that Ganesha, please take care of Papa. She automatically goes to that Ganesha and calls that Ganesha as Anna, plays with that Ganesha, even feeds that Ganesha. The ecosystem, energy field, Shakti Mandala is created where the incarnations, the gods and goddesses of Kailasa embody themselves and manifest the multi-dimensions and aspects of consciousness. I tell you, in all three levels, Varnashrama Dharma, Gurukula, or the ecosystem for incarnations, in all these three levels, everyone who supports are blessed. Even if you are not an Adinavasi, part of this sovereign order of Kailasa, if you just give one meal to the person who is part of sovereign order of Kailasa, you get blessed. Even if you are not part of the Gurukul, you do one Maheshwara Puja and give food for this Gurukul Balasans, you are blessed. Even if you are not Skandamata, just give one meal or one cup of milk or any one form of supporting to Skandamata, you get blessed. Because this ecosystem generates such large amount of good to the humanity. So much conscious good is done. I tell you, when you start understanding the conscious possibilities are possible for you also, the kind of the positive energy you radiate, all the society's gas lighting done on you goes out through you as a gas. I will not tell through which direction or through which hole or through which side, on whose face. All the gaslighting done on you by the society goes out as a gas. The moment you realize the conscious possibility, of you, listen. I want you to look into you. Come back to your source sound, Om. You can come back to Om. If you are in absolute peace, And if you try to come back to your Om source sound, you will become absolutely peaceful. From that Paramashanta peace, cognize, come to powerful conclusion, the physical structure you have, Annamaya Kosha, breathing structure you have, Pranamaya Kosha, mental structure you have, Manomaya Kosha, cognition structure you have, Vijnanamaya Kosha, conscious structure you have, Anandamaya Kosha. All these structures you are having with you now is consciously 3D printed by yourself out of your consciousness. You 3D printed all these 5 structures you have out of your consciousness and pulled it out and made it as a reality for you. Come to this powerful conclusion. Then you will understand you can reprint, reorder, rejuvenate, relive, rebuild, recreate. This confidence, this clarity, this powerful conclusion, this powerful cognition is the greatest blessing you can receive from Guru, from Paramashiva. This is the greatest blessing you can give it for yourself. In my life, the moment I accepted, I powerfully concluded, I powerfully cognized Ganesha exists in my deity. Ganesha exists. He is alive. He is living being. And he is in my deity. Multiple conscious possibilities started opening up in me. I literally started living with him. I used to brush him. In those days, we used to get Gopal Palpodi, tooth powder, and Colgate Palpodi. That's also tooth powder. Different tooth powders. I will try to taste that on me. Gopal Palpodi will not be that sweet. This Colgate Palpodi will be sweet. Only now I am realizing Colgate is chemical and Gopal is organic. Once I grew up a little bit, I came back to Gopal. No more Colgate. But whatever I used to think as best, I will use that on that Ganesha and brush him, brush his teeth. Then I'll apply oil, do all the Abhishekam. I'll provide the best food. I'll offer flowers. I literally started living with him. And I saw all the conscious possibilities. Opening up in my life. I tell you, knowingly or unknowingly, either with my direct knowledge or without even me knowing, so many conscious possibilities started manifesting in me. The moment I came to the powerful conclusion, Ganesha is living being and he is living in my deity. All the after effects of that powerful conclusion, that powerful cognition started manifesting as conscious possibilities in me. I tell you, if you start realizing the body and mind, everything you have is consciously 3D printed by you and manifested by you, you will simply start 3D printing anything you want as reality from your consciousness. The conscious possibilities will open its doors for you. Nigal Sudandiram alla, Nigalvin Kadavu Sudandiram. Probabilities are not freedom. Conscious possibilities are freedom. Mental probabilities are not freedom. Conscious possibility is freedom. I tell you, always go for conscious possibilities. Even if you don't manifest, you will never feel cheated. You will never feel you lost your life. You know you have done the best and you will get it in the next, sooner. But if you go for the mental probability life, even if you get the best, you will feel cheated, you will feel you have failed and you have destroyed you have wasted your life in mediocre level. Even if you become billionaire, it is just few zeros, the electronic zeros in some bank's computer, that's all. But if you are consciously rich and you spent your life on manifesting these powerful conscious possibilities, even if you have manifested only few, you will feel so confident about yourself. In the next births, you will achieve, you will manifest everything, you will fully become enlightened. You will feel the life given to you was used to the optimal level. That is why I am saying, for what you spend your life matters. For what you spend your time matters. Are you spending it for few millions and billions, or are you spending it for conscious possibilities? Your enlightenment, it matters. I tell you, Krishna says beautifully in the Gita, Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahadopayat. Even if it is practiced a little bit, it removes extraordinary fears and sufferings and pains from your life. Even if you manifest this one power of playing with the dice and manifesting the number you want 18 consecutive times, you will have so much confidence about your ferociousness, conscious ferociousness and oneness with Paramashiva. You will start playing it with your life, and all probabilities you will change it to the best And then you will start manifesting conscious possibilities also. Last few satsangs, please watch it again. It needs to sink into your system because you went through too much of gaslighting by society. You need to go through now real enlightening to remove all that impact of gaslighting by society. The societal gaslighting need to be cleansed, detoxed. The real enlightening need to happen in you. I really wanted to initiate all of you. Sit straight. Keep your dice in your hand with Atmalinga, both the dice and the Atmalinga. Sit. Start intensely vibrating yourself with the pranava, source sound of Paramashiva, source sound of cosmos, Moolanada Pranava. Om. Intensely. consciously decide to cognize, you 3D printed, manifested your physical structure.
Conscious conclusion. Life
Breathing
is
structure.
Paramashanta.
Mental structure. Cognition structure.
It has no complications.
And conscious structure. You
may
manifested
have delusion, but there is no complication, understand?
it. Come to this conscious conclusion. You manifested your physical structure, Annamaya Kosha. Breathing structure, Pranamaya Kosha. Mental structure, Manomaya Kosha. Cognition structure, Vijnanamaya Kosha. Conscious structure, Anandamaya Kosha. You 3D printed it and you manifested it out of your consciousness. So, you are capable of 3D printing whatever you want from your consciousness and manifesting it. And you are capable of reprinting, recreating, rebuilding, reinventing, restarting your life as you want. You can now reprint, do 3D reprinting of your life out of your consciousness. I bless you all and initiate all of you to manifest all the conscious possibilities. You will manifest all the conscious possibilities and conscious possibility and power over even the mental probabilities, and change even mental probabilities as you want, and manifest all the conscious possibilities. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Today I thought I'm going to sit with you all and support you all to do this power manifestation. Get the dice, keep your Atmalinga, sit in front of the Zoom and start playing. Listen, I'll tell you the exact procedure. First, connect with Paramashiva, be in oneness with Guru and Paramashiva. You can use this pranava, Om, as the tuning method, aligning method with Paramashiva, and with this pranava, Om, align yourself with Paramashiva and consciously decide to manifest ferociously the probabilities you want on the dice. When you roll the dice, it can become 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, any number it can be. You consciously decide, this is the number it should be, and roll. In few minutes, you will see the dice just listens to you, and your ferociousness has power over the probabilities of life. The power of coincidence will start manifesting in you. Then you can start manifesting power, the conscious possibilities. Pranava, chanting, humming, tuning yourself to pranava is a beautiful technique, method to align yourself to the source of the cosmos, Paramashiva. Even doing Trinetra Kumbhaka. Trinetra Kumbhaka, I will repeat. Inhaling through the left nostril as slowly as possible and hold as long as possible without exhaling. Again, inhale through the right nostril as slowly as possible and hold as long as possible. Again, without exhaling, inhale through both the nostrils as slowly and deeply as possible and hold as long as possible. And when you feel you can't hold anymore, slowly exhale through the left nostril. Do this Trinetra Kumbhaka. Even this Trinetra Kumbhaka helps you powerfully to connect with Paramashiva, manifest the power of coincidence ferociously I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादिसमस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गि साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरम्परा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्तिस्वर्गपुरस्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलासपरम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणवस्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव श्री ज्ञानसम्बन्ध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञानवितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasadasham Tattamasyadi Lakshmyam Ekam Nityam Nirmalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones, ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyadita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence. All these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want. Our manifestation is cognitive shift, raising your frequency. Not
Who is Paramashiva? Bhagwan himself has beautifully explained the Paramashiva in all of us.
Paramashiva does manifestation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. He resides in his supreme Paramashiva Swarupa as Ajomuha, Radhomuha, unborn, beyond formlessness. Is Paramashiva Swarupa. That Paramashiva Swarupa manifests with these 5 faces as Sadashiva, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Satyojata, Ishana. 5 faces he manifests and does the Panchakritya, Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Understand? He does all these 5 jobs. Through these 5 phases. Now, listen carefully. Tatpurusham, Vamadevam, Satyojatam, Ahoram, Ishanam. These 5 phases. Thus, Panchakrityas. Each phase, each dimension is not just one F-A-C-E phase, P-H-A-S-E phase. It's not just F-A-C-E, P-H-A-S-E. Understand? The creation, not just creation getting created, even sustenance need to be created, destruction need to be created, and pulling out of delusion need to be created, liberation need to be created. Then creation, manifestation need to be maintained. Maintenance, sthiti itself need to be maintained. Destruction, samhara, the rejuvenation need to be sustained, maintained when it is happening. Pulling out of delusion, prabhava, need to be maintained when it is happening. And anugraha, liberation, need to be maintained when it is happening. Those micromilliseconds when it is happening. So understand, Satyojata Murti has 5 phases. Ishana Murti has 5 phases.
Vamadeva Murti has 5 faces. Aghora Murti has 5 faces. Tatpurusha Murti has 5 faces. So, Tatpurusha Murti has his 5 faces. Aghora Murti has his 5 faces. Vamadeva Murti has his 5 faces. Satyojata Murti has his 5 faces. Ishana Murti has his 5 faces. All these 5 Murtis, 5 faces put together is 25 faces of Mahasadashiva.
Bhagavan beautifully explained Paramashiva. Now, who is His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is a reviver of KAILASA, the ancient Enlightenment civilization, the great cosmic borderless nation. He is an avatar from and is a Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has made science of our manifestation, yoga, temple-based university for humanity, so which an order of KAILASA led by His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, Hindu diasporas, are working for global peace to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, world's largest with extended campus extended in 150 countries in collating, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, and decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism and 64 sacred arts, science like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, Vastu, and many more. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shamla Pita Sarvanya Pita, ancient apex body of Hinduism, and present Emperor of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam has survived the worst prosecution of multiple assassination attempt on the person and character by anti-elements. Let's go to the Pramanas. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramanas are the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. The Atma Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, who are the authority of Hinduism, the Vedic Rishis and scientists who time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation. The Atma Pramana are the account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is the Millennium Avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, his own Leelas. Shakshi Pramanas are the experience of millions of disciple devotees all around the world, manifesting the power of the science of power manifestation, initiated by His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Pratyaksha Pramana are the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. The Shastra Pramana. This is from Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.16.
Shuddha tattva sandhanatva apashu shaktihi. Shuddha tattva sandhanatva apashu shaktihi.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by fixing the self and aiming at the pure essence, cognizing from the depth of one's being that all that exists is Paramashiva. The pure essence, Shuddha Tattva, and attaining and uniting with that pure essence, existential reality, Paramashiva. He experienced Paramashiva and manifests Paramashiva's infinite power. Bhagavan beautifully said how we have been corrupted in different levels. How the Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manonmaya Kosha, and Vijnanamaya Kosha, different level, how the toxin food that we take in, how the whole mental setup that we carry, how the internalizing that we have, the cognition that we have, and how in every layer, level after layer, the SDHT is so deep. Not only now, even in those days, Bhagavan beautifully has said that when Dronacharya was teaching Arjuna, he was not giving him the right context. So Arjuna had to suffer right from his young age to understand which one is his possibility. He always went for his probability and always argued with Krishna on his probability. Bhagavan said, it's so important how you are guided into the highest reality. Appar Tirunavukkarasar, he was a great saint. He went to Jain community and had a colic pain that he could not come over. But when he decided, his sister, Tilakavati, his sister came and rescued him and gave him the confidence that he's a possibility. Once he decided that he's a possibility, not just his pain left him, but when he was thrown in the water with a stone tied on him, or he was given poison, or an elephant was asked to run over him, simply he only sang the praise of Shiva, and simply he was able to manifest any reality. Bhagavan beautifully says, even Salpa, even the smallest thing we manifest once and we understand we are consciousness, we are Paramashiva, who has created all these layers for us. If we understand that, we'll be able to understand that we can create any reality. Bhagavan beautifully said, all these Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manonmaya Kosha, and Vijnanamaya Kosha, Anandamaya Kosha is the one which creates all these things. From that consciousness, everything happens every second. That beautifully Bhagavan now told how the Panchakriya Kritya is happening by 25 phases of Sadashiva. Each one of us is Sadashiva. Each one of us is Brahman. Each one of us can manifest all the reality. Only thing Bhagavan says, simple obedience and simple listening can make it happen. Let's see Atma Pramana. Bhagavan beautifully explains how he was with his Guru. When he had a simple integrity and simple obedience, he was able to experience what his Guru said immediately. And in few days, he was able to master that beautiful space. Bhagavan is asking us just to roll dice. You can take anything, a razor or anything square, you can just mark the numbers and you can start playing with your dice and continuously start playing. You will suddenly start realizing that it is manifesting, how the dice does not have any idea what you're going to say or what you're going to do. It simply just rolls as you roll. Being like a dice in our life and Bhagavan manifesting through us is the best possibility of our life. Going on with the other cognitions that we are constantly given SDHT from all the spaces that we are working space or food or everything only leads us to confusion. Let's hear from Bhagavan.
With the Dharma, Advaita, you are living. I'm telling you. When Arunagiri Yogeshwara introduced the science to me, I can say all it took is just few days only for him to make me experience. I still remember when he said, I am everything. I asked him, what do you mean? He said, if I move my hand, the hill will move because I am that. And literally he showed me. I was sitting in his right side. He said, I am you. You see now. When he moved the right hand, I saw I am moving. When he moved the left hand, I saw the hill moving. And when he clasped both the hands, I saw me getting into the hill and coming out.
Beautiful. How Bhagavan had a simple integrity, simple obedience when his Guru said, I am everything. Bhagavan now is sitting with all of us today. The Balasins are sitting, the Bhagavan beautifully says, we are Paramashiva, start manifesting 18 times, getting the dice, rolling exactly what we are saying. And simply you will see it manifest as your life reality. If you're going through all kinds of suffering, all kinds of problems, you don't know what to do, solution. Here, Bhagavan is giving a very simple solution, which is going to manifest as your reality. How will playing dice going to help me with a wealth completion or health completion or all my family issues that I have to go through? Bhagavan beautifully says, even little consciousness is added, everything is taken away out of us. So much of karma just disappears. Even one small light is brought into a cave which was 1,000 years dark. It takes only a minute to become bright. It doesn't take 1,000 years. Even once you have manifested 18 times, that is it. And you will manifest your reality in anything you want in your life. What a great wish, boon that Bhagavan has given and initiated us, given darshan. Let's intensely chant the Mahavakya and start manifesting the power of possibility. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring awareness to your third eye. Keep your awareness always at your third eye. More and more and more you bring your awareness to your third eye, you'll be manifesting huge powers. Completely unclutched. Bhagavan beautifully said, in different layer, we are constantly given toxin. Continuously, why should I do? This is not for me. I finished the satsang. I want to go. I don't have time. I don't like it. I'll do it later. Just unclutch from every thought. Just sit down. Or if you're having something else also, have your dice next to you. Chant the Mahavakya. Complete completion with anything that is going on. This whole thing around us is only what we are seeing in a dream. Now we are going to see reality. We created all the koshas. Now I can create this reality also of 18 times. Sit very confidently in a beautiful space with oneness with Paramashiva. Constantly chant the Mahavakya, ferociously break the boredom and tiredness. I tried 2 days, it is not happening for me. Yes, that is also another layer of our own karma which is stopping us. Anything which is stopping us, which is not evolving us, Bhagavan beautifully says, that is not part of us. That is just a dream, just a gas. So let's start living the beautiful space of Paramashiva. What Bhagavan says, I am Paramashiva, I am manifesting. And start recording. Keep your cameras on and start recording these great moments. It will be so astonishing and awed by you when you watch the whole playing, how you have manifested these powers just like that simply. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. You should be listening to it and contemplate. Bhagavan has given the Omkara and Bhagavan has given the Trinetra Kumbhaka. You can do both also and start however you wanted to do. Let's start intensely that I am manifesting very clearly. See yourself manifesting 18 times and telling the whole world that you have manifested 18 times in a row. That is the catch. In a row, start manifesting 18 times and see your reality just having breakthrough that you have never imagined in your life before, in your outer world and in your inner world. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. And roll your dice.
Let Paramashivoham overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 All our third eye. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye. All our third eye. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open. All of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all of our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita force, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overthrow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. So many of you are sending the photos, the pictures, the powerful cognition, and the videos. So nice to see it. More and more, all of us together when we are doing it, the intense energy that's happening, and Bhagavan himself sitting and manifesting through us, that he said is manifesting, is amazing. So continue rolling. You can do the Trineth Kumbhaka first with your left side. Inhale deeply, hold as long as you can, and right side, again, inhale deeply and hold as long as you can. And with both the nostril, inhale the third time. Without exhaling, we have to do all the 3 steps. Inhale deeply, hold as long as you can. And slowly, very slowly, exhale through the left nostril. So beautifully, the cleansing happens in your third eye. And you can chant the Om mantra also, Pranava mantra also. And beautifully, again and again, surrender all your incompletion, different levels of incompletion that we have. Surrender all that to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Anything will be possible when we surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet. It's all about our surrendering. How much level we are able to surrender, that much level we are creating the possibility. Go on surrendering to different levels of what you think as your identity and start manifesting the reality of rolling the dice. Again and again and again, only have the thought, my Guru has said that I am manifesting 18 times because I am Paramashiva and I'm manifesting and seeing that possibility happen in front of me. Be very clear, that is the ultimate, that is the whole truth. And now let's start again and again, go back. The beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva. Just melt in Paramashiva. We don't question anything, when you're given a tablet by a doctor, we don't go back and do a research on that. We just go maximum, take a reading of that and see what it is. Same way here, Bhagavan, what he said is in the Shastra Pramana, just now I read out. And that is the detail enough to satisfy what Bhagavan has said. Even little, once you manifest 18 times, you are going to open up a huge reality for yourself. Much more than all the things that you are trying to achieve today. If we just get 18 times of rolling this die, simply we are going to open up the higher reality. Intensely sit down. It doesn't matter. You're going to, whole life, you're going to be happy rolling this dice. If you see the Vellore temple, the Amma was actually a school teacher, and he only did was rolling a coconut to build the golden temple. He didn't think that he would build a golden temple by rolling that, but simply when the coconut started listening to him, he was able to do anything with the coconut, raise it, lower it, and roll it in such a beautiful way that people were just taken by the space that he held, not by the coconut. And they were just showering on him, and that golden temple happened. Just small rolling a coconut. Same way Bhagavan is giving us the possibility of rolling this dice. Let's start the Mahavakya intensely. Sit straight, chant the Mahavakya and listen deeply. Contemplate on the truth that Bhagavan had given today continuously. And let's start.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's burden manifest in all our burdens. Let the Amrita force, let the Varni open up. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. All our burdens. Let the Amrita force, let the Varni open up. Manifest all of us. Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Overflow, manifest the powers in all our burdens. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Amrita force. Let the valley open up. All of us. Paramashivoham. Over to grant the powers in all our third activity. Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes, so beautiful. The dice literally is listening to us, slowly starting to understand whatever we are saying. How initially we don't understand, and then slowly the kids start understanding. Like that, the dice seem to understand when we start chanting, okay, the person is going to tell us the number and we have to listen and start manifesting and not just stumble down. So beautiful. Please share whatever you have manifested. Please share with the world to make it more and more consistent. You'll be thinking, what is there in sharing? Only when we type or when we say it loudly, then we listen to that. How we are programmed by all these culinaries in different layer for cleansing different layer. The only thing really works is us sharing and causing. That is why enriching and causing is so important. If you see the Pancha Pandava, Kula, the enriching and Kaseva got enlightened because he is causing everybody's reality that he became enlightened first. The more and more you cause is only by yourself who you're causing. There is nobody other than you. So when you share it, it becomes really beautiful. It becomes so intense and beautiful for you to manifest more and more appropriately. So go ahead, share. Sorry for the technical glitch. Share it in Kailash Courtyard. and you will see yourself manifesting more consistently. Make it 18 times. I know you're getting like 5 times, 7 times. Everybody is saying each number, but you will get it 18 times when you start really entangling with Bhagavan Paramashiva and simply telling the dice that you are manifesting the reality, what I see as the real, what is happening in my life. What we are holding inside is what our life is. Bhagavan clearly says all the things that we are only manifesting. So why don't we manifest our reality as we want? For a change, let's fix the brake in the car and drive. Bhagavan himself is driving us. All we need to do is sit back and enjoy that. Where we want to go, we just need to tell him. We are so confused, not even able to tell him where we want to go. Now, go ahead and share. If you're not able to take videos, share it in words. And how many times you have manifested and what was your self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred keeps coming, and how you completed with a powerful cognition. What clicked with you? When you start writing all these things, you will start seeing that shift really happening in you as reality. So start sharing in the Kailash Kotiyar Manifesting Power group. And thanks, Mamaji, for each time it manifested as reality. More and more you surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet, whether you manifested or not manifested, you will see you are Paramashiva. More and more it becomes consistent, and more it becomes reality. With that, thanking Swamiji for the great session and initiation and darshan, let's end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you, each one of you, for being in the whole program today, from the pre-satsang to power manifestation. It's a session. Every day there will be a power manifestation session after the satsang. Don't miss it. Let's see you tomorrow again. Keep rolling the dice throughout the day and keep recording and sharing with the world. Nithyanandam.